You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said Friday's meeting between President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin could be an important step in ending the war in Ukraine.
Donald Trump, the president, wants to end this.
Rutte spoke about the implications in an interview with ABC's This Week.
Next Friday will be important because it will be about testing Putin, how serious he is on bringing this terrible war to an end.
Trump didn't say where in the state the meeting will be held, but said further details will follow. Israelis protested on Saturday to speak out against the Netanyahu government.
The tens of thousands are protesting the Israeli government expanding the war in Gaza.
We want to stop the war. We want to bring the hostages home. And we want to stop the suffering of the Gazan people.
Many of Israel's allies have been calling for a negotiated ceasefire in Gaza to secure the hostages' release and to help resolve the humanitarian crisis in the Palestinian territory. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The official portrait of former President Barack Obama is now reportedly out of view from thousands of White House visitors.
That's according to CNN, which obtained a photo of the Obama portrait now hanging in a corner at the top of the stairwell of the grand staircase. The portraits of former President George W. Bush and former President George H.W. Bush have also been moved. The area where the portraits are now displayed is heavily restricted to the First Family, Secret Service agents, and a limited number of White House staff. I'm Lisa Carton.
Astronomers say they've discovered a distant black hole estimated to be up to 300 million times the size of our sun.
A study published in the astrophysical journal Letters found the oldest and most distant black hole at the center of a galaxy considered to have formed around 13.3 billion years ago. The discovery could shed light on the universe's earliest days and provide insight into how black holes and galaxies evolved. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The map that they put together it violates the Voting Rights Act.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is praising Texas Democrats who have fled the state in protest of redistricting efforts. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, the Democratic governor said the action they're taking is protecting Americans.
Standing up not just for their own constituents and for the people of Texas and their rights, but also for the rights of people all across the country. Because what Greg Abbott is doing and what Donald Trump is attempting to do is to cheat.
Lawmakers fled to various blue states, including Illinois. The FBI has reportedly agreed to help track down the Democrats as Governor Greg Abbott and others have called for their arrest. Police say the cause of the 4-alarm fire that destroyed a century-old synagogue in Rutherford, New Jersey early on Friday is undermined and not criminal.
Arson investigators are combing through the rubble of Bethel Synagogue looking for answers. Rabbi Yitzchak Lehrman, his wife, and 6 children barely escaped with their lives.
I don't want to think for a minute later, if we would have been a minute slower, what heaven forbid would have happened.
The rabbi has borrowed a Torah scroll for weekend services, which will be held in a tent already pitched on synagogue grounds. Bethel is the same synagogue that was firebombed in 2012. Mayor Frank Nunziato says naturally people immediately suspected foul play, but he notes,
Just a very old home that may just have burned down.
A rebuilding fund has already been established. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
What do you say? Cue the microphone. Kind of hard to believe. We've come full circle. Just like that, we close out the weekend. Settle in, get a new week underway. as we kick it off once again, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now, already working our way into the 11th day of August. My. So, hope you had a good weekend. Quite the interesting weekend. A lot of things going on in the sports world. Some good, some not so good. We'll break it all down for you. First things first, though. Good to have you on board. We'll take a look at our travelers' weather. We do see a lot of scattered showers, thunderstorms, some of which are on the strong side. Got some severe thunderstorms warnings in place. Southwestern portions of Missouri, a couple of counties there. North central Oklahoma. Southwestern Kansas, several counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a lot of spotty activity out there. But you'll run into some torrential downpours in southwestern and western portions of Nebraska, a line extending right through western portions of Kansas. Some of those heavier thunderstorms to the east of Colorado Springs there. As I mentioned, southeastern Kansas, some scattered showers and thunderstorms down in the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region, northeastern New Mexico. So we'll break it down for you. Elsewhere in the east, relatively quiet with the exception of some spotty showers in the southeastern portions of the country and some rain moving into western portions of Florida tonight. We are going to be keeping a close eye, they tell us. There on the tropics, a tropical rainstorm in the Atlantic Basin is on the verge of further organization. Could very well be on its way to a hurricane this week, according to hurricane experts at AccuWeather. Meanwhile, 2 additional areas being monitored for potential development this week. There's a cluster of showers and thunderstorms that moved off the African coast last week. Indeed, became a tropical rainstorm Sunday morning near the Cabo Verde Islands. Further strengthening is expected, and it is expected to become a hurricane by later this week. The next name on the list for the Atlantic will be Erin. Several factors are working in favor of development, including a lack of dust, warm waters, and not much wind shear. If it does strengthen into a hurricane, it would actually be the first of the 25 season. Locally, heavy rain, gusty winds can occur across the Cabo Verde Islands into early this week. Now, due to the rain and wind impacts, the rainstorm is not going to be all that impactful, with the exception of maybe some potential flooding, some of the islands there. Elsewhere in the Atlantic, across the rest of the Atlantic, 2 areas of interest being monitored for a tropical development this week. The first is over the open central Atlantic. Slight risk for tropical development from early to midweek. No impacts expected to land with that system. Experts also highlighting a low risk for development later this week as another cluster of thunderstorms is expected to move off the coast of Africa once again. That's going to have to be monitored for potential impacts to the Caribbean. This Atlantic season so far, we've seen 4 named systems, including Tropical Storm Dexter that formed early this month, but of course it stayed over the open waters of the Atlantic. Haven't really changed their forecast. Experts expect 13 to 18 tropical storms, of which 7 to 10 will become hurricanes, 3 to 5 expected to evolve into major hurricanes, a Category 3 or stronger, here for the 2025 season. But indeed, we are really beginning to ramp up into what is considered the peak, August, September, typically becoming very busy times of the year in the Atlantic. Meanwhile, one of the most anticipated astronomy events of the year about to unfold in the summer sky, The Perseid meteor shower peaking on the night of Tuesday into early Wednesday morning this week. Yeah, the Perseids known not just for their abundance, but for their timing. Unlike some of the cold weather meteor showers like the Geminids in December that happen under the very frigid conditions, this one lines up with warm, oftentimes clear summer nights, making it favorable for sky watchers. Most backyard observers count up to 50 per hour in a typical year, sometimes 60 to 100 per hour if you can get to the darkest areas away from any light pollution. Now, this year, the number's going to be pretty significantly reduced due to the bright light from the moon. The waning gibbous moon rising during the late evening hours, and that's going to reduce the number of meteors you'd normally see during the moonless displays. If one could count 50 Perseids per hour under dark skies, then it's going to be more like maybe 10 to 20 under the conditions we'll be facing this week. Some meteors may start to appear shortly after nightfall, but the best chance to catch more frequent activity comes after 3 o'clock in the morning local time. So for most people that sleep during the overnight hours, they'll miss the big show. But hey, us nocturnal animals, us late night third shift workers, like most meteor showers, the Perseids happen as the Earth passes through that trail of debris left behind by a comet. To view the Perseids, you want to watch from a safe rural area where it's as dark as possible. The more stars you can see, the more meteors that are going to be visible as well. No matter what time of night, Perseids can be seen in all portions of the sky. Looks right now like the best weather conditions for Tuesday night expected across the West Coast, the Rocky Mountains, and the Plains, where, for the most part, clear conditions should be great for sky watchers. Clouds may threaten viewing conditions elsewhere across North America, particularly across the Southeast, the Midwest, most of Ontario, and the Canadian prairies. Perseids, of course, remain active through the rest of the week, but fewer and fewer with each passing night. So recapping Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, best viewing window after 3 a.m. local time. So there you go, kicking things off a brand new week. How was your weekend? Ah, yes, the greatest day of the week is upon us. Ha! Hello, Philly Dan, it's that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Boy, that went by way too fast, didn't it? I'm with you there, Dan. Hello, Stephen from Roscoe, Illinois. There's Jeffrey checking in from the Sunshine State. Tank in the house. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew back in the saddle again. Looking at 79 here in Stanton, Tennessee. Rolling down to Memphis. They have us set to head out west once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hey, Mary Ann saying hello to all the listening friends out there. Dirty Harry, good morning. 74, clear skies here in Buffalo. Had a great day today. Took out the CUDA. Saturday through the car show. Went out for some ice cream. Just all out a great day. Thank Jesus for making me so blessed. Later today, I'll be going for some immunoinfusion number 9. After which, only 3 more to go after this one. All right, the road to recovery continues. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Here we are, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. The hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve's raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic on 75 degrees on the far side of southwest Ohio. Just a stone throw from the Ohio River. So, deal or no deal? Monica says no deal. Yeah, I'm calling Trump's and advising him to tell Monica, no soup for you, no mas. You're on your own. Bye-bye now. Good luck with that. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Throw another log on the campfire. Crack open that skull buster. Let's get it on for a Monday. All right, Bob in Michigan is on board. Check it in. Norman from north central Kansas, 73 degrees as we wait on some rain here. Heading out for Wichita with the Big Tipper. We're boiling up some coffee, packing up some grub to get ready for the road. All right, have a great morning. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 73 degrees on the top of Mount Jellicoe, Tennessee. Got moved into the brand new 589 Peterbilt wide ride, very powerful chrome-plated cow truck. This thing is a bigger beast than my previous truck. And Parks Livestock has me an appointment scheduled at 4 state trucks in Joplin to get what I want and how I want. Give me about a month's time, and this beauty's going to be a real beauty, even decked out more than the last. Steve, this is the widest truck Peterbilt has ever made, and in my opinion, I think that they've created the first ever luxury freightliner. Yeah, one drawback that requires a trip to JX Peterbilt to have corrected is the freight hauler feature, where my radio, Bluetooth, and dash lights shut off when I go into reverse to back up. I don't understand that. However, it saves a few front ends in truck stops, so I guess it's worth it. I can see the point of the feature. Also makes the truck freight hauler ready in the case that a driver wants to come learn a skill driving large cars and have some long-term job security. All right, special shout-out to Marianne from Rarity Mountain Road tonight. And one more, there's Buckeye Boy. Portland, Oregon tonight, 87 degrees at this hour. It was brutally hot coming across I-84 from Idaho. And when I got here, the Columbia River that runs along it's pretty low. A lot of vegetation, very brown. I'll be taking tomorrow off to reset my hours, then deliver Tuesday at the noon hour Pacific time. Going to try to find something coming out of here, maybe headed back to Georgia or on the way, but not going to be spending much time looking here. Braves and Reds both won this past day. Reds struggled keeping the Pirates from scoring. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I think that was a 4-game series, right? So, they split that 2-2. Pirates won those first 2 of the series. 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, looks like the big party's over. They're in South Dakota. Sturgis wrapping up this past day. Spaceman kind of shared a photograph where after all those hundreds of thousands of bikers spent the last, 8 or 10 days having a big time. Kind of looks like a ghost town now. So I guess he's back rolling toward the east. A few hours ago, he posted from Custer State Park there. He said he's looking for buffalo. All right, look for the buffalo. Don't run into a buffalo. That would hurt. Well, good morning, Captain Ron.
Morning. It's the greatest day of the week.
Here it is.
Yeah, you don't want to run into one of them buffaloes.
Not on two wheels, for sure.
Especially on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Right. So, anyway, have a good weekend.
Oh, short, sweet. I guess didn't do a whole lot.
No, I didn't do a whole lot. I dropped my car off at the shop Friday and went back and got it Saturday morning. Did you ever, back in the day, like replace your own spark plugs, on the Thunder Chicken or any of those cars you had?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, indeed.
You paid, $15, $20 for a set of spark plugs?
Yeah.
Mine were $47.
Okay.
Each.
Each?
For one.
Wow.
Each. Yeah. It was right under $200 for 4 spark plugs.
That's insane.
I know. And the coil, that was just under $400. The coil shorted out the number one plug, which killed the cylinder, giving it the misfire condition. So that's what it was. Yeah. $47 for one spark plug. I couldn't believe it.
So, and that was a brand
OEM,
brand new replacement engine.
Yeah, it was OEM spark plugs. Yeah. OEM parts. And it was $47 for one spark plug. It set me back a little while. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
Yeah, but she's up and running again. It's better than a car payment every month. So I guess you're going to put money in a car, either buying it or fixing it.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess once you get into fixing one, you got so much invested, you might as well keep going. But anyway, took the dog to the groomer, and that was about my whole weekend.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. I start that infusion tomorrow. I got to do that once a month. I don't know what that I don't know if they call it a medication or they use the drug for rheumatoid arthritis, but they also use it to treat what I've got going on.
Okay.
The first medication was turned down. The one that they wanted to use was turned down by the insurance, of course, because they know better than the doctor does of what works. You know how that is.
Mm-hmm.
So they approved this medication to try first and then see what happens from there, I guess. Oh, yeah, I went to the eye doctor Friday, too, and he took me off of the blood thinner. He said the blood thinner that I was on is just horrible.
Huh.
The Plavix,
Yeah.
he said it's terrible. But,
Well,
he took me off of that. He said, you don't need blood thinner now.
Lo and behold, that's the one.
They were giving me the.
That's the one I'm on since I had this stint.
That's the one you're on?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, well, they use it for a while so that the stent will set in.
Okay.
And they were using it on me because of the stroke possibility of when it all first started. You know, because they were originally treating me as a stroke patient. I told you that.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the stroke bed and everything else, but he took me off of the blood thinner, so that's a good thing, one less. But have you ever just been sitting around thinking, do you think the jellyfish are upset that there's no peanut butter fish?
Now that's never really crossed my mind, to be honest with you. The things truck drivers,
right.
When you have nothing but miles and miles and hours behind the wheel, the things you can think about.
Right. Well, that's all I got for the night. Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster, and I appreciate you taking my call as always.
Well, great to hear from you. Thanks for helping us kick off the greatest day of the week. All right. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said Friday's meeting between President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin could be an important step in ending the war in Ukraine. Rutte spoke about the implications in an interview with ABC's This Week.
It will be about testing Putin, how serious he is on bringing this terrible war to an end.
Trump didn't say where in the state the meeting will be held, but said further details will follow. Israelis protested on Saturday to speak out against the Netanyahu government.
The tens of thousands are protesting the Israeli government expanding the war in Gaza.
We want to stop the war. We want to bring the hostages home. And we want to stop the suffering of the Gazan people.
Many of Israel's allies have been calling for a negotiated ceasefire in Gaza to secure the hostages' release and to help resolve the humanitarian crisis in the Palestinian territory. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank, and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
It is the greatest day of the week. Right. It was a Watkins Glen weekend. Starting with the Xfinity race. Going from jubilation to nearly tragedy in Winter Circle or Victory Lane. What do they refer to it nowadays? The promising young NASCAR driver Connor Zilisch. This was in the Xfinity race. So wins the race, pulls in, as I say, to Winter Circle, Victory Lane to begin the celebration. He's climbing out of the car. They climb out, they stand up on the side of the window, sometimes even get onto the roof of the car. But he got his feet tangled up in the window net, the netting there. And pretty much went head first from that height to the ground. I mean, had no way to catch himself. It was almost like he landed backwards. So you imagine the impact. I guess he was briefly knocked unconscious. They did say he was talking to first responders when they put him on the board. And initially took him to the infield care center, then it was onto the hospital. Ultimately, suffered a broken collarbone. And I'm thinking, he all but certain had to have a concussion sort of thing. I mean, it could have been a whole lot worse, I guess, but that was downright scary. And when I saw the video, the replay of that, just ran chills up your spine, saying, that hurt. And, of course, our friend Eagle called this one on Friday morning's edition, headed into the weekend. He said if that road course guy, what's his name, Shane Van Gissenberg's going to be racing this weekend, you might as well just give him the trophy now. He called that one for certain. Shane Van Gissenberg claiming his fourth Cup Series road course victory of the season yesterday afternoon. And second win of more than 10 seconds on the field. In other words, he was running away with it. Yeah, he made it look almost effortless. He led a race-best 38 of 90 laps, including the final 17 at Watkins Glen, in his number 88 Trackhouse Racing Chevrolet, officially crossing the finish line 11.116 seconds ahead of the second-place racer, Christopher Bell. Yeah, so often these races are won by hundredths or thousandths of a second. An 11-second lead is almost unheard of. The former Australian Supercar Series multi-time champion joins the racing legend Dan Gurney in scoring his first 5 career NASCAR Cup Series victories on road courses. And he did it the same weekend as his Trackhouse team announced a multi-year contract extension. Now, I think Eagle was maybe a little confused last week, thinking that he just kind of races these road courses. He's racing week in and week out. You just don't really see him making any headlines on the roundy rounds. It's just the road courses. But a multi-year extension. He'll be racing week after week. He said it was good to get this one back after finishing second in that race last year. All right, it's the stuff you dream about. Acknowledging it was an important weekend. I'm a lucky guy that gets to drive for an amazing bunch of people and just execute. The day went flawlessly, and he just said thanks to everyone. But this is his first full-time season in NASCAR's elite level. He's been essentially unstoppable on the road courses. 4 victories on the year, Mexico City, Chicago, then Sonoma. Yeah, that gives him the rookie win record, and he now ties the perennial championship contender Denny Hamlin for the most victories in the Cup Series this year. Of course, there is, I believe, in the first round of the playoffs, there's another road course coming up. If he could get a victory there, that would pretty much ensure his moving on at least to the second round of the championships. But from there, unless things change, he just doesn't bode very well on the circle tracks, as we say. It is 844-844-3388. And Knucklebuster up and at 'em early on a Monday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. That's right. Y'all call Steve 844-844-3388. Give a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Sommers, and that 2-time world champion bull hauler with the brand-new plastic feeder built. I bet he got more plastic on this new one than he had on that last one.
That's a good question.
Yeah, you reckon he's got the ABS system, that automatic braking system on there, and he just ain't admitted to it yet? I don't know. He'll have to upgrade us on that one there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I used some Stabile products this weekend. I used some Hot Shot Secret products this weekend. And I even used my Steve Sommers overnight drive mug there, but I got it in the dishwasher tonight, so it's clean. It'll be clean by the time I get back there. So,
okay.
Steve, I saw on Fox News there that Chicago Sky game becomes the latest WNBA contest where a man has chucked out one of them female sex toys out there on the court again. So, I want to know what them men are doing with that sex toy before they chunk it out there on the court. See, maybe we don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Right? Yeah, I'd rather not. Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Defense Secretary Hegseth, he's considering reversing the Army ban on the aggressive shark attack training. I don't know what that is for the Army, but I know in the Marine Corps they wanted a few gay men there for a little while, so hopefully they'll be back to toughing them up there. So, Steve, do you know what the first music video played on MTV was?
I've heard it before. I knew that it was a trivia question, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Right. Video killed the radio stars by the Buggles, Buggles. I don't even know who that is.
Yep.
I quit listening to rock and roll when I found out there was a rock and roll group called the Butthole Surfers. I understand that Texas Garage Band, City Bingo, but that group out of California, no, forget that number. You know what car manufacturer started out by building farm tractors, but they no longer build farm tractors today?
Who was that?
Lamborghini. Imagine that. That's a pretty expensive car, isn't it?
I would have never guessed. I would have never.
Yeah, me neither. Ball customers are ticked off at them because they're remodeling the insides of the stores. See, so I don't know. Does it matter what it looks like inside?
I reckon not.
Well, this Harvard physicist says a massive interstellar object could be an alien probe reconnaissance mission here to the Earth. So
yes, I've been following that.
Yeah, what kind of dope that they've been smoking?
Makes you kind of wonder. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. What about some 28-year-old boxers that died from brain injuries and same Japanese fat card? That was crazy.
I didn't catch that. Was that over the weekend?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's on Fox News. 2 28-year-old boxers died from brain injuries suffered on same Japanese fat card.
How about that?
You got no money. You got no money, Steve. You can go up and buy one of our founding fathers' historic property in Boston. It's up there in the tourist district. I forgot who it was there. So, well, ain't neither one of us got enough money to buy all that one. So, did you know that cashews were in the poison ivy family?
I did not. Boy, we're getting all kind of information trivia this morning.
Yeah, mangoes, cashews, and pistachios are all part of that family.
Huh.
Well, we've been eating poison ivy, Steve, and just didn't know it. I made a boatload of them cashews there. I'm on my way to Houston. Houston means that I'm one day away from you. So anyway, we'll listen in, and I'm gonna be up all night with you. So. Maybe we can get Horse Feathers to call in there and put some of his baloney out. Oh, wait a minute. His is Horse Feathers, not baloney. So. Good morning, Steve Wilcox.
Thanks for checking in here on the greatest day of the week. About 15 before the hour, under the industry headlines. There had been a little bit of confusion in recent weeks. The EPA announcing that they're looking to roll back all these rulings when it comes to emissions and whatnot. Some of the discussion about is the DEF and the catalyst and all those things going to be possibly going away. And the breakdown from the Commercial Carrier Journal says it's not going away. Long story short, the EPA has for almost 20 years required medium and heavy-duty diesel vehicles to use the DEF fluid and after-treatment systems to reduce nitrogen oxide emission, NOx. Now, of course, the Trump administration targeted for repeal late last month what they called the endangerment finding, which has allowed presidential administrations to regulate 6 greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, and perfluorocarbons, as well as sulfur hexafluoride This measure, if it is ultimately finalized, would wipe out the EPA's greenhouse gas rules for medium-duty vehicles and heavy-duty vehicles and engines, including standards that were first set back in 2011 and those scheduled to take effect over the next 10 years. Trucking stakeholders, including the truck and engine manufacturers, rejoiced at the news. We commend the EPA for their decision to revisit GHG Phase 3 standards for heavy-duty vehicles, was the statement from Daimler Trucks North America. The original requirements for zero-emission vehicles were infeasible in terms of technology readiness, infrastructure availability, cost feasibility. Now, even if the repeal of federal greenhouse gas mandates sticks, the emissions-related thing that many fleets and drivers hate most, being the after-treatment system, won't be going away. Matter of fact, they say it will largely be unaffected. The reason the industry has the after-treatment system is the EPA's 2007 and 2010 heavy-duty engine vehicle and vehicle emission reduction regulations, which set the standards not only for NOx emissions, but also for particulate matter. It also mandated the use of advanced emission control technologies like selective catalytic reduction, or SCR, and diesel particulate filters. Completely separate, says the North American Council for Freight Efficiency Executive Director. After treatment is not a direct greenhouse gas solution. We tend to call NOx and particulate matter pollution emissions, and they're directly attached to human health, breathing in these in the air. Carbon greenhouse gas is different in that it affects climate, encouraging more frequent and harsher weather events. The EPA's latest proposal focuses specifically on greenhouse gas pollutants. Daimler Trucks of North America noted in a statement to CCJ that the proposal does not modify the EPA's existing requirements for criteria pollutants, including nitrous oxide and particulate matter. In other words, those standards remain in place and they continue to be enforced independently of any changes to greenhouse gas regulations. Selective catalytic reduction systems, diesel exhaust fluid, and after-treatment technologies are essential components designed to reduce nitrous oxides regulated under the EPA's Clean Air Act. Packard companies, the likes of Kenworth and Peterbilt, the current after-treatment systems related to NOx are still required to meet the EPA and CARB standards. They are independent of greenhouse gas specific mandates. Mack Trucks and Volvo Trucks North America said in a statement they're continuing to review the proposed rule. Covered in the endangerment finding is nitrous oxide, N2O. NOx is shorthand for nitric oxide, NO, and nitrogen dioxide, NO2. The nitrogen oxide's most relevant when it comes to air pollution. NOx itself is not considered a greenhouse gas, whether it plays a role in the formation of ozone. Thus, NOx is not a greenhouse gas, and after-treatment system as a whole, including DEF, would not be affected by this pending regulatory change. So there you go. Long story short, those sort of scenarios are sticking around. Peterbilt and Kenworth said they remain committed to delivering clean, efficient, compliant vehicles that meet all the applicable emission regulations. We continue to monitor the regulatory landscape. We have plans in place to fully comply if those regulations change. But we are strongly positioned to adapt and continue to deliver the best solutions. So a little bit of a clarification there. Back into...
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
So we closed down last week with the manhunt that had been ongoing in Tennessee. That was resolved. Suspect in custody. The manhunt in Montana also concluding Friday. Suspect apprehended. So those two manhunts have been resolved. Well, over the weekend in the state of Illinois, state police looking for a 70-year-old Gibson City man accused of shooting two Central Illinois police officers early Saturday morning. Now, I had printed this up early Sunday. I probably need to do a check to see if they found this guy yet or not, but authorities say a Gibson City police officer and a Ford County Sheriff's deputy were hit by gunfire after responding about 2:30 in the morning to a report of a man identified as David D. Jordan walking naked in the 100 block of Ash Street in Gibson City. So I guess he was walking naked, but he had a gun? Okay. Shortly after the shooting, Jordan's house caught fire, according to state police. Authorities said the police officer and deputy were taken to local hospitals, non-life-threatening injuries. A statement from state police said authorities do not know Jordan's whereabouts. Considered armed and dangerous? I don't know, has he got any clothes yet? So the word was over the weekend, anyone seeing Jordan, call 911, do not approach him. Crazy story, but I can't help but wonder in this day and age what kind of potentially drugs he may have been on. That's about all the info we have in regards to that story. All right, news update just around the corner. Coming up in our next hour. Thanks to the lovely Dingbat, she shared a headline with me here just a bit ago, which says retailers, including the likes of Walmart and Kroger, may be forced to roll out several Yes, self-checkout changes. Under a new law, thousands of grocery and drug stores may actually be forced to remove the self-service kiosks altogether. There's a number of changes that could be rolled out at these chains, in particular in California. This as California lawmakers move to help retail workers save money and prevent theft, they say. What's this all about, and what impacts might it have around the country? So again, more on that in our next hour. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is rejecting President Trump's suggestion that Ukraine give up some territory to make peace with Russia.
Trump announced on Friday he'll be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin next week to discuss a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Andrea Mitchell has more.
It's going to be the first time Putin will be on American soil since a UN speech in 2015, and it's notable that after several weeks of criticizing Putin, saying he was frustrated with the lack of progress in Putin's accepting a ceasefire with Ukraine, Trump said, Putin, I believe, wants to see peace.
Trump indicated the deal might involve swapping territory between the two nations. In a video address this morning, Zelensky rejected the idea and said any decisions made without Ukraine are at the same time decisions against peace. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst in order to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner.
In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump the fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration.
I don't know if I'm not. Might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Trump fired Erica McIntyre after the Bureau revised the May and June reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The UN has called for Israel to immediately halt its planned military takeover of the Gaza Strip.
The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement saying the military plan runs contrary to the ruling of the International Court of Justice that Israel must bring its occupation to an end as soon as possible. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemned Israel's plan and said it will only bring more bloodshed to the Palestinians. China is also speaking out against the move, calling on Israel to immediately cease its dangerous actions. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The suspected shooter at a CVS in Atlanta has been identified.
Officials say they've ID'd the shooter who opened fire at the CDC campus at Emory University. Priya Sridhar has more from Atlanta.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation identifying 30-year-old Patrick Joseph White as the suspected shooter. White had expressed anti-vaccine sentiment. He believed the COVID vaccine made him sick.
DeKalb County police officer David Rose lost his life while responding to a report of gunfire on the CDC campus. Authorities say Rose was shot by White.
Researchers in Australia have discovered a link between caffeine and hearing things.
The science shows auditory hallucinations, hearing things that are not there, can appear in people who consume 5 or more cups of coffee a day. The study was based on coffee, but the link is caffeine combined with stress. Researchers say auditory hallucinations are more like hearing a TV or radio that's not actually on, and not voices commanding you to do things. And they say not everyone who drinks a lot of caffeine will get them, but decaf is good too. I'm Bree Tennis.
Ultra-processed foods are taking over American diets.
According to a first-of-its-kind CDC report, about 62% of kids and teens' daily calories come from ultra-processed foods, compared with 53% for adults. Researchers found the top source of ultra-processed foods was sandwiches, such as burgers, hot dogs, and peanut butter and jelly, followed by baked goods, salty snacks, and sugary drinks. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Here it comes, the greatest day of the week. Close out the weekend. From time zone to time zone, here comes a Monday, 11th day of August. All right, trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, for the most part, a clear night outside our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio, showing 73 degrees right now. Had some warm, muggy, summer-like weather over the weekend. No complaints because summer's flying by. And indeed, I'm really beginning to notice the days get a bit shorter. Yeah, there's actually about, a little less than an hour at this point where I can sleep in the darkness. My typical sleep schedule, I hate it when the sun doesn't go down till like 9, 10 o'clock in the evening. It's daylight when I'm going to bed. It's daylight when I'm getting up. I actually get some decent rest when you get late fall into the early winter months when the sun goes down a whole lot earlier. But I digress. Good to have you on board as we get a new hour underway. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. There you go. Double trucker. Check it in here on a Monday, 69 degrees. Kind of a sticky night. Feels like 75 in Lodi. Just kind of wondering, where'd the weekend go? All right, I'll be tuning in on my way back to Western New York on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Well, there's Buckeye Boy, watching Robin Hood Men in Tights at the hotel tonight. And I've seen it a number of times, but it's a funny movie. Anyway, I bought a bottle of everyday diesel treatment for on the truck stop when I got fuel. Also ordered some of the new diesel exhaust fluid treatment and some more small EDT bottles from my rep there at Hot Shot Secret. Thank you for supporting the show. Hello, Tina. Checking in from Georgia. Yeah, I love and miss y'all. All right, that's my sister-in-law. Working, late nights, right? At the Assisted Living Center. Rubber Duck, good morning, y'all, from beautiful downtown LaPorte, Indiana. Taking the day off to spend one of the last few days with the grandkids. It's almost back to school time. We're going to go out on the boat and maybe off to the water park. Enjoy that. The waning days of summer, kids are going to be going back to school. We were highlighting, thanks to Dingbat, changes to the self-checkout, which had become so more and more a thing around the country. And, of course, there are some retailers, various Walmart locations, where they've actually been going the other direction, kind of using less of the self-checkout due to so much shrink, as they call it, a.k.a. theft taking place. People, even with all the cameras and surveillance and all the technology they've unveiled, the people continue to get away with scanning items that may be worth hundreds of dollars that rings up for, say, $10 or something of that nature. And if I'm understanding this, it's California specific at the moment, but we do know oftentimes how many things that start in California then ultimately sweep across the country, normally beginning in other Democrat-controlled cities and things of that nature. Senate Bill 442, which has been unanimously passed by the Assembly, Labor, and Employment Committee, hopes to enforce numerous changes when it comes to checkout at retailers. First, it states that self-checkouts will not be allowed in stores unless there's at least one open, manned cashier checkout, someone physically available. Then there are some changes that will be made to the self-checkout process itself that could be somewhat controversial with shoppers. Customers hoping to use the self-service systems will be forced to limit their shop to a maximum of 15 items. Retailers will also have to alert shoppers to that limit with in-store signage. Now, similar limits have been enforced at stores across the country, which has kind of sparked some backlash from shoppers. Target actually implemented a 10-item limit at their self-checkout, which supposedly saw customers complaining about having to wait in long lines for the manned registers while the self-checkouts were pretty much empty. Others giving feedback saying the shopping experience was actually a bit more enjoyable with more interaction with staff. Now, they rolled that out at select locations around the country, kind of as a test, in their words, to reduce wait times and better understand guest preferences. But under the new law, not only will shoppers be limited to how much they can buy when going through a self-checkout, there will be some products that are entirely banned from the self-checkout. Shoppers using self-checkout will no longer be able to purchase any what they call age-restricted products. Instead, they will have to go through the manned cashier where their identification can be verified more readily. That would include, obviously, the likes of alcohol, razors, kitchen blades, they say. Other parts of the bill include retailers having to alert employees to the implementation of self-checkout at least 2 months before the change is made. Stores that fail to follow the stipulations laid out in the new law facing fines up to $200,000. Now, they're saying protecting workers and profits are the two main drivers behind the bill. We know the whole, well, it looked good on paper, the premise of being able to have fewer number of staff members, employees, actually working checkouts, right? You don't have to pay the hourly wage or benefits for full-timers if everybody uses the self-checkout. But it's actually had the unintended consequences of sharply increasing, as I said, the theft. Data shows that self-checkout machines cause 16 times more shrink, aka theft or loss, than when you have an actual cashier. It said the elimination of workers' jobs due to self-checkout is especially harmful. The reduction in frontline checkers has caused a crisis with chronic understaffing and an overworked workforce for those who are actually working. Legislation is required to ensure that deployment and use of self-checkout in grocery stores does not increase crime, increase cost that's passed on to customers in the form of higher food prices, and increase unemployment or underemployment. So it's moving. The bill has now moved to the Assembly Appropriations, where if it's passed, it goes to the Assembly floor. But again, starting in California, 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Hello to your friend Big John there. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. I just want to say thank you for all you do. And the people that are running up and down the roadways out there, thanks for what you do. We're headed down to Gatlinburg next weekend to celebrate a birthday. Very good. Everybody be safe and have a great week. Good to have you with us. Big John. About 15 past the hour. Up and at 'em. Eagle's on board. Good morning, Eagle. Uh-oh. I think that means, Eagle dozed off on us there. So we'll disconnect and he'll wake up and dial us back. I'm sure he's got a few things to say about Shane Van Gissenberg. Actually, the road course victory once again. So clear lines at 844-844-3388. Updates in our nation's capital. Trump pretty much saying, no more Mr. Nice Guy with the thugs and the criminals running rampant in the streets of D.C. Over the weekend, announcing the deployment of roughly 120 FBI agents in overnight shifts to help D.C. police combat carjackings and violent crime. The military, they say, is preparing for the activation of possibly hundreds of National Guard to D.C., according to two officials speaking to Reuters this past day. Now, they said a final decision was still yet to be made by President Trump, but the troops were prepared to deploy. One of the officials said it's not exactly clear what the troops would do, but they could take part in efforts to protect federal agents or even carry out administrative tasks to free up law enforcement officials. This is the president escalated his rhetoric about a potential federal takeover of the nation's capital, vowing to clear out the homeless encampments and crack down on the lawlessness. Agents from the FBI's Washington field office, as well as some brought in from cities like Philadelphia, are being assigned to assist local and federal law enforcement in D.C. streets for at least a week, they say. Many of the agents typically work in counterintelligence, public corruption, and other specialized divisions. They have limited experience in traffic stops or street patrols. Now, this has sparked a bit of frustration in the Bureau, according to sources. Some agents feeling that they don't have the training for this kind of work, and they're being diverted from their primary missions. But Trump compared the push to his first-term border crackdown, warning in a Truth Social post, "Be prepared. There's going to be no more Mr. Nice Guy. We want our capital back." He's tied that effort to quality of life initiatives under his D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which also targets graffiti and homeless encampments, they say. Democrat Mayor Bowser is pushing back against Trump's portrayal of the city, trying to say, well, crime is actually down from last year. Homicides are down 12%. Juvenile arrests have fallen 20%. Now, if the priority is to show force in an American city, yeah, we know he can do that here. Now, despite the supposed drop in crime, Trump has threatened to assume control of the city's police if they don't make some changes quickly. White House news conference on D.C. crime, cleanliness, and physical renovation is scheduled to take place coming up later this morning, as a matter of fact, at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So, kind of getting an update what's going to be taking place there in our nation's capital. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
Just noticed, looking at some of the scores, highlights over the weekend in Major League Baseball, where it is kind of becoming crunch time. You know, if you're looking to get that wild card, those that are in the hunt, it's do or die time. But I noticed the Brew Crew, you know, the guys that here just a couple weeks ago had an 11-game win streak that was broke at game number 12. They were looking to set a new record, but they're now on a run once again. They've won 9 in a row. I mean, these guys they have been on a streak this year. Yeah, they've won more games than any team in Major League Baseball. 73 wins on the season as of this past day. Who's going to stop the Brew Crew? Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388 on a Monday. And, well, good morning, Buckwheat. How was your weekend?
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, my weekend was busy. I think I'm going to need another weekend to recoup from the weekend I had.
Right.
Yeah, it was Aston Martin Car's birthday party there with all the kids around there, and Grandpa's going to have to go on injured reserve, I think. I mean, I woke up Sunday morning with a old calf muscle that I just couldn't get released, and man, those grandkids sure tuckered me out. They're only like 3-4 years old, man. But yeah, we try to keep everybody happy. You know, that's what Grandpa tries to do.
Mm-hmm.
And Aston Martin Court was pretty happy too. There, one of my oldest son, he went and gave him a shirt with an American flag and an eagle on it. Oh man, he was proud as a peacock for that thing. So, but yeah, I over the weekend here, I was, when Trump said something, a couple months ago when he got inaugurated, I forget when he exactly said it, about bringing Canada in as a 51st state. And it was like, well, why in the world do you say that? Say that because, Trump often says stuff off the cuff and, and changing the Gulf of America and stuff like that. But I've listened to some reports that some of those provinces out there in the prairies, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and northern British Columbia, I guess there's getting to be more and more fire to this idea of seceding from Ottawa there, and they're sort of upset with the the greenhouse, the global warming stuff, and all the rules and regulations that they're putting on the mining and the farming, and so I'm not sure what's all going to happen out of it, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And it's so Trump, he
may have said something off the cuff, but it sounds like it might be something to it. But so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, one of the other activities we did last night or yesterday afternoon was we had what we called a note reunion from my grandpa on down, and yeah, it was a whole bunch of the family got together, and I'd seen license plates from Massachusetts and Ohio, and I'd imagine it all started with my grandparents, and they had 9 children, I think, and one of them didn't get married. And I think there was like 200 some people there. So yeah, we held it in.
So made for a good weekend, obviously, huh? And I think buckwheat may have dropped his cell there. Are you back? No, I heard him try. He's in the dead zone, as they call it. Hey, we're about a minute from news break, though, so dial us back up there, buckwheat. Been a lot of railroad talk in our industry headlines in recent weeks with the whole premise of a possible merger of the first transcontinental rail line crossing the USA. Meanwhile, just announced, Union Pacific Railroad is launching, they say, a new truck-competitive domestic intermodal service connecting Southern California's Inland Empire to Chicago, significantly boosting their intermodal capacity. Set for launch, they say, on September 3rd. This new service enhances Union Pacific's connection from the LA Basin's most active warehouse district through its Inland Empire intermodal terminal directly to Chicago. More on that coming up here. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is defending GOP-led redistricting efforts in Texas, saying they are necessary to ensure fair representation. In an interview with Fox Sunday Morning Futures, Vance claimed that Democrats have tried to rig the game in their future for years.
We're just trying to rebalance the scales and, frankly, push back against a very unfair system created by the Democrats.
His comments come after Texas House Democrats have fled the Lone Star State to keep the state house from having a minimum number of votes in order to proceed. The Department of Health and Human Services is canceling nearly 24 vaccine department projects targeting viruses like COVID-19 and the flu.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's stopping $500 million in funding for mRNA-based vaccines. Kennedy has long been a critic of mRNA vaccine technology. He says the funding would be better spent elsewhere. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love MediShare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, back at it. Thanks for being with us as we kick off a brand new week. Rolling into a Monday. All right, well, take two. The phone gremlins got you there, Buckwheat.
Yeah, they did. And when I tried to call back, it said my phone's not allowed on this network. Man, that put me through a loop. But anyhow, we shut the phone off, turned it back on, and then now we're good to go again. But, yeah, what I was saying there, where we were meeting in this chicken house, they converted it into a very nice place, and it was right back beside where I was born. Yeah, and as I was going out the lane, I happened to remember about the neighbor that we had that she was such a Karen, and somebody told me, I was like 2 or 3 years old, so I was pretty small, but if you take a kitten, I had a kitten, and if you pull your hands out of underneath it, it will always land on its feet. So I was, put my hand almost off the ground and pull him away, and the kitten just, landed on its feet, and I'd reach up way up in this air, I was only 1 to 2 feet tall, so, the kitten would always fall on its feet, and she came over to my mom, and she was crying her eyes out, saying that I'm harming this kitten. I'm being so mean to this kitten. But, yeah, so, I was terrorizing the neighborhood, I guess, when I was 2, 3 years old. But anyhow, yeah, one of my cousins, I was talking to him at the reunion, and he's on he's up there in Watertown, New York, up there at the dairy farm. And, he's thinking about getting rid of his cows and going into beef cattle. And he was saying that for a cull cow, Lauren Weiss probably could talk about this, but he's getting as much as almost $3,000 per cow, the ones that he's sending to the butcher shop. And he wants to start raising beef cattle, and he was saying like just a newborn calf is like $1,200. And so yeah, he was talking about all the crop damage that he has up there with Canadian geese, and he said there was a neighboring farm up there. This past year they shot 24 bear off of one farm.
Wow.
And yeah, so that's a lot of crop damage on that farm. And when a bear comes into a cornfield, he just don't, like deer will eat right where they're at, but they'll sit down and they'll pull in a whole pile of corn from all around and just like tear up the whole cornfield. But yeah, that's just how the bears do it. But yeah, so it was good to see them, but I had to leave early because I had to get to bed, the way I always do. I get up here and take my load of, I got a whole load of tackleberries this morning, going to the Bronx, and that's 27 skids of eggs and 30 boxes per skid, 30 dozen per box, and that's quite a many eggs to make a big omelet. And hopefully we get it into somebody's frying pan so we don't make the omelet on the roadway on the way up. But so anyhow, well, that's about all I have, and I'll speak at you later.
Well, as always, great to hear from you, especially on this greatest day of the week. Kicking off a Monday. All righty, 844-844-3388. Back to Union Pacific. They said as we continue expanding, they call it the IEIT for short, the Inland Empire Intermodal Terminal. This newly announced service will deliver consistent, reliable, truck-competitive transportation, challenging the norms of over-the-road shipping and competing head-to-head with team truck driver service. Now, it's always been kind of a battle between trucking and the rail lines, but this specific announcement, they're kind of really up in the ante with more than 32,000 miles of track in 23 states across the western two-thirds of the U.S. Union Pacific is among the largest transportation companies in the world. With the new service, the company is promising 20% faster intermodal service compared to current industry offerings between these locations. With 3 days transit, the service will start at 5 days a week with the ability to increase with growth. Now, in a call with analysts last month, noted the company intends to introduce a 7-day-a-weekly service from Tacoma into Chicago and a 7-day weekly service from Memphis to Dallas. The company last Thursday opened their newest intermodal terminal in Kansas City, Kansas, the fourth intermodal facility that Union Pacific has opened since 2021. They say the new Kansas City terminal will serve both domestic and international containerized shipments of grains, consumer goods, refrigerated products, and auto parts into the Midwest region, and will help to convert more truck traffic to rail. Trucks move more than 70% of the nation's freight. That share has been targeted by the rail companies for the last several years. Even trucking companies like Schneider and J.B. Hunt have pledged to move more truck freight via rail now. The more we can move off highways onto our railroad, the more we allow our customers to be able to win in the marketplace. According to CEO and Director Vincenzo James Venia, Schneider in 2023 completed the transition of their Western rail operations to Union Pacific, part of their plans to double the size of their intermodal business by the year 2030, reducing their carbon footprint. In the U.S. freight transportation forecast, the American Trucking Association expects intermodal rail tonnage will grow by 2.9% through 2030, and then 2.8% between 2031 and 35. Union Pacific's intermodal volumes continue to show year-over-year growth, and the company's invested more than $1.4 billion since 2020 to support growth and expansion of the intermodal business. Rail intermodal volumes rose 2.4% in July of this year over July of last, kind of reversing a 2.9% decline in the month of June. Volume in July of this year was the second most ever for that month. Union Pacific Corporation and, of course, Norfolk Southern are just announcing the agreement to create that first transcontinental railroad, the $85 billion deal, connecting over 50,000 route miles across 43 states from the East Coast to the West, linking approximately 100 ports and nearly every corner of North America. We've been hearing things are kind of slow on the trucking freight out there. This is typically a time of year when things are kind of on the slow side before the mad rush for fall products. Of course, you start talking Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all that merchandise begins the rush in fairly short order. But is intermodal playing a role in maybe lesser amounts of truck traffic being needed out there? Let's get to horse feathers on a Monday. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. So was I hearing Buckle Nuster out there saying he wants to hear some horse shish kebab? Is that what he was saying?
I think in a roundabout way, but he called it horse feathers.
Yeah, horse baloney. I don't know, something he was talking about there, but anyways, there. So you gotta remember with this rail when they do all this intermodal stuff there. A lot of that is autonomous. They do a lot of autonomous loading of the containers onto the rail cars, and I guess the big thing is are they sending the containers on the chassis to be drive away already, or are they going to be double stacking containers on cars, or what, how their whole operation is set up? Because JB and Schneider there, they had dedicated either almost a full train or a certain amount of rail car spaces, and they ran a lot of containers already on chassis, as well as just regular containers on the rail cars themselves, either single or double stacked. And the next question is the UP got everything in line, if they are running double stacked containers, to be able to get all the way from Southern California to Chicago with bridges? Because there's a lot of clearance problems out here in the east for double stacked containers, and they actually had to go through on the lines they were running them and actually raise bridges to have enough clearance to get the double stacks through. So there's a lot of questions in there, or what they're going to have to do to make their operation work the way they're going to need it to. But it does sound like it's already a cheaper transportation per mile system. And of course, as I say, there'll be a lot of autonomous put into it too, with staging cars and loading containers or container and chassis, and so much of that can be done now with the use of one person with a joystick and a video screen, and just they don't have to have all the people out in the yards doing everything they used to do. Kind of the same problem that the longshoremen are facing at this problem, with this problem at this point. So anyways, be interesting to see. So our great spaceman, he's out there. You said he was looking for buffalo originally. I thought maybe he was going to take a detour on his way back and go to Buffalo, New York, but then you mentioned there was the four-legged kind, and
right.
You probably don't want to have Harley against buffalo out there on the highway, because it's bad enough with the other creatures in the road. And I don't know if he has if he's far enough north, what they have out there. I don't know if they have moose out in that area at all, or I'm not sure exactly where the whole moose population is. But I was talking with somebody, speaking of moose, because we saw some out there in the Rocky Mountains, and there's all kinds of moose up there in northern New York and Vermont, New Hampshire, and they stay at a certain elevation area. Apparently, it's kind of where the frost line is. It's a temperature type thing. And from what I understand, and maybe you can confirm this with the use of Google that you have there is actually a bug that can get into the brain of a moose and cause it to pretty much go insane, that gets killed off by this temperature barrier where it's cold enough it can't survive winter. So, where this frost line is that starts, or where this temperature barrier is that keeps the winter temperatures cold enough to kill off this bug, so that it doesn't infect the moose. And that's why the moose aren't down here in the Mid-Atlantic or the Carolinas, or down there with Philip down there in the Everglades,
right?
And with the gators and the boa constrictors, because the boa constrictor is a natural animal to the. No, it's not. Stop that, Your Honor. Stop telling people the boa constrictor is a natural animal habitat animal in the Everglades.
Right.
It's not
Invasive.
Yes, very. But anyway, so where are we going with this? I don't know. Just things around the countryside, I guess. So, anyways, yeah, check on the moose. See why the moose only populate the northern cold countries. Anyways, while you're doing that, for Lauren Weiss, I don't know. I sat in one of them new trucks. I sat in one of them new Peterbilt 589s down there at the Mid-America Truck Show. And as a person that started out with I started out with the cab over, so I started out with the 352s and got moved up when I got a hood out there in front of me with the 359 Peterbilt, and then I had to go through the change of going from a 359 to a 379, and I tell you what, you thought the whole world ended when Peterbilt came out with that new 379 model, because the cab was just slightly inches bigger than the 359, and they changed the interior style, and it was a whole big ordeal for people to make the change. And now we got the 389 that I'm sitting in now, and I've gotten to the point I like it, but my passenger seat is still within easy arm's reach from sitting in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't quite reach the passenger side door without really leaning over, but I can still sit in the driver's seat and actually reach the passenger side door. And with the 589, as Lauren was saying, it's a bigger, wider cab, and it might as well have a Western Star or a Freightliner feel to it, because the passenger seat isn't within convenience. I like to set my lunchbox. I set my lunch container on the passenger seat, and that's where my sandwich sits when I'm eating it, my potato chips. And the 589 isn't going to be a comfortable reach just to reach over. Now it will be a lot more accommodating to get to the sleeper. The extra space between the two seats to get back into the sleeper area if you have one that doesn't have a back window like mine. It'll be a lot more accommodating to that, especially if you're a bigger person than you or I are. But anyway, I'm not saying anything about truck drivers. Everybody's welcome to be whoever they are. But anyways, it's I don't know. I'm thinking if this 389 doesn't go anywhere, I won't be disappointed to not be venturing into the 589. It didn't seem bad. The dash layout is close to the same. They didn't change that very much off the 389 package, I don't think. I really didn't have it all lighted up to see exactly where everything was, but I know a lot of stuff is now all gone digital. All the display is digital instead of analog gauges, which I don't know if I'm up for all that yet either. But anyways, no, wish him the best there, and I don't know. So, but he'll definitely have all the modern conveniences of all the electronics, the ECMs on the motor and extra one, and the transmission, and everything's got to talk to each other, computer to computer to computer. And as Knucklebuster was saying, with the analog braking and automated braking system and shadow braking and whatever else, lane departure and all that stuff. But that might be good for them high-speed chrome-plated bull haulers. They actually be able to close one eye a little bit more often to rest that one eye while they're running down the road, so they can get that one back rested up and then rest the other one for a while. But we'll see how it all works out for him. Of course, if he didn't have it before, he'll certainly have the DEF fluid and the particulate filter and all those other wonderful things that out here in the modern conveniences of, I don't know if it's very convenient anymore, but anyways there. So we'll have to get a report back, but wish him all the best with it. And of course, the people out there, the 4 states there, they'll take good care of them there. And looked like our friend Cue Ball was getting taken care of. He's got a video out there where he'd been to the 4 states, Chrome Shop Mafia store there for the very, very first time. He said he's parked in the truck stop across the street many times, but never ventured over to take his wallet over there to see what they had in the Chrome Shop. And so I guess with this Black Dog truck there, they were going to give him a little help, and so he went in and he did a video in the store and a walkabout. And so I haven't seen exactly what he came out of the store with, but looks like he might be doing something with them, as well as the green APU people that he's been working with.
Has he given any kind of update? Has he got? I mean, is Orwell back up and running yet? Is he not right now?
I don't. He's got new frame rails for it. They got the holes. They got blank rails. They got what they call just stock blank frame rails. So his frame rail came. I don't even think it was cut to length. I think it came. Well, he actually got somebody else's frame rail. He had to actually replace it. But this was blank rail, and I believe it was longer than what he needed. So he had to not only drill every hole in both rails. Now, what you do to do it, short story long, is you lay one frame rail on top of the other, and you actually mark them that way for every hole, for every diameter, and then you go down through and you use a frame drill, which has got a great big magnet on it, which sticks itself to the frame rail to hold itself in place, because it takes a lot of work to cut all these holes. And so anyways, you cut every hole, and then you got to put both frame rails back up underneath the truck. And of course, the rears were completely out of it, so you didn't have to deal with the rears and the rear suspension to get them back under the cab. But then you got to start getting all your cross members rebolted, and then everything has to be reattached to cross members, and the rears had to be put back underneath it. But the last I saw, he had the holes cut, he had the frame rail back under the cab, and he had the rear suspension hooked back up to it, so that Orwell was a moving unit.
Okay.
But I don't believe it's back on the highway in full operation, to be fully operational. And he's come up with a couple more projects in between. So the one thing I'll say about when you have a project started and you get another project that comes in, a lot of times it's hard to get back to that first project to get it finished because you start working on the next one, and well, then you end up with a second, a third, and a fourth project all taken apart at the same time, and you kind of get distracted a little bit. So,
right.
So hopefully he'll be able to, stay focused on what he's doing, and of course he's running Black Dog up and down the road because he's still got to generate revenue, whether it's hauling freight or whether it's producing videos, because he needs the truck actually has to move up and down the road and haul freight for both of those ways to generate revenue, because the YouTube channel, will only sustain, so much shop time, and it's got to have the highway time, and the other way for the truck, it's got to move freight, so to pay the bills. But one last quick thing there.
You can't be making YouTube trucking videos if your truck ain't rolling, right? Yeah, I got to get to the break there. We're up to the top of the hour here. TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Learn more by visiting tel360.com. Rolling into the greatest day of the week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said Friday's meeting between President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin could be an important step in ending the war in Ukraine.
Donald Trump, the president, wants to end this.
Rutte spoke about the implications in an interview with ABC's This Week.
Next Friday will be important because it will be about testing Putin, how serious he is on bringing this terrible war to an end.
Trump didn't say where in the state the meeting will be held, but said further details will follow. Israelis protested on Saturday to speak out against the Netanyahu government.
The tens of thousands are protesting the Israeli government expanding the war in Gaza.
We want to stop the war. We want to bring the hostages home. And we want to stop the suffering of the Gazan people.
Many of Israel's allies have been calling for a negotiated ceasefire in Gaza to secure the hostages' release and to help resolve the humanitarian crisis in the Palestinian territory. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The official portrait of former President Barack Obama is now reportedly out of view from thousands of White House visitors.
That's according to CNN, which obtained a photo of the Obama portrait now hanging in a corner at the top of the stairwell of the grand staircase. The portraits of former President George W. Bush and former President George H.W. Bush have also been moved. The area where the portraits are now displayed is heavily restricted to the First Family, Secret Service agents, and a limited number of White House staff. I'm Lisa Carton.
Astronomers say they've discovered a distant black hole estimated to be up to 300 million times the size of our sun.
A study published in the astrophysical journal Letters found the oldest and most distant black hole at the center of a galaxy considered to have formed around 13.3 billion years ago. The discovery could shed light on the universe's earliest days and provide insight into how black holes and galaxies evolved. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The map that they put together it violates the Voting Rights Act.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is praising Texas Democrats who have fled the state in protest of redistricting efforts. In an interview with NBC's Meet the Press, the Democratic governor said the action they're taking is protecting Americans.
Standing up not just for their own constituents and for the people of Texas and their rights, but also for the rights of people all across the country. Because what Greg Abbott is doing and what Donald Trump is attempting to do is to cheat.
Lawmakers fled to various blue states, including Illinois. The FBI has reportedly agreed to help track down the Democrats as Governor Greg Abbott and others have called for their arrest. Police say the cause of the 4-alarm fire that destroyed a century-old synagogue in Rutherford, New Jersey early on Friday is undermined and not criminal.
Arson investigators are combing through the rubble of Bethel Synagogue looking for answers. Rabbi Yitzchak Lehrman, his wife, and 6 children barely escaped with their lives.
I don't want to think for a minute later, if we would have been a minute slower, what heaven forbid would have happened.
The rabbi has borrowed a Torah scroll for weekend services, which will be held in a tent already pitched on synagogue grounds. Bethel is the same synagogue that was firebombed in 2012. Mayor Frank Nunziato says naturally people immediately suspected foul play, but he notes
it's just a very old home that may just have burned down.
A rebuilding fund has already been established. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
say, just like that, another hour underway as we roll into a brand new day. Thanks for joining us, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. As we turn the page on the calendar, 11th day of August, Monday. A lot of things happening on the track over the weekend. Last week, of course, right on the heels of losing a legend. Yeah, they're on the Salt Flats. The legendary racer at 283 miles per hour. This is more of a short track event. I'm not real familiar what state it is, but Bowman Gray Stadium, veteran racer Robbie Brewer passing away over the weekend. Apparently, supposedly had a heart attack on a restart. Eyewitnesses in the stand said he pretty much accelerated full throttle right into the wall in turn 4. They had a heck of a time extricating him from the car, but once he got to the hospital, he was pronounced deceased. So prayers for the family of Robbie Brewer there. And that was in I guess like a lower divisional NASCAR type cars. I don't know if it was an ARCA event or just a local sort of deal, but yeah, prayers for the family there. Then Florence, Kentucky, it was a big weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the $75,000 to win North-South 100 with standing room only and lived up to all expectations for the feature event there. Two of the best in the business when it comes to dirt track racing, Jonathan Davenport and Bobby Pierce, really putting on a show for the fans. Bumping and banging. JD had some, I don't know, he was a little sour at the end of the race, but Bobby Pierce, obviously a force to be reckoned with. That become, I believe, his 4th consecutive North-South 100 win. Never been done before. But what a race that was. Hey, good morning, Brain Dead. How was your weekend?
Let's see, work, sleep, repeat. It's kind of like washing your hair,
Oh.
I heard you had a pretty lazy, good weekend.
Lazy. That's appropriate word, lazy. I did finish cutting the grass. That's about it.
Yeah, you're right about the lazy part if it takes you that long. But no, you were talking about Bowman Gray. Bowman Gray is just not far out of Charlotte. It's what it is. What it was back in the day. It was a high school football stadium, and they converted it into a racetrack. And they hold a lot of that beating and banging short track racing, and that's where the Clash was held this past year, and it will be held next year. That's the same track. And you always hate to hear about a death like that, but you never really know when it's your time to go. And he went out doing what he did, because if you look at the video, you could see the crews were there in about 3 seconds pulling that roof off that car. They didn't waste any time. So, by the way, to your story kind of left a little bit out there about old Shane Van Gissenberg that you probably weren't aware of. Connor Zilic had a one-off deal with Trackhouse to run the Cup Series. And, of course, you know what happened. He fell off the car and broke his collarbone.
Yeah.
Zilic would have really given Gissenberg a run for their money. Now, this is how, I don't know if it's the fans that are whining and crying. I don't know if it's the teams, but I'm thinking it's both. Because they want less road courses. Okay, granted, I do give you that. Because I do give you that argument, but because next year they're going down to 5 road courses next year, and there for many years it was just the 2. So a lot of the teams just wrote off the road course. It's like, hey, what? screw it, we'll just
Mulligan.
chalk one up for team. Gissenberg came in and just shellacked the field the last four races. He just shellacked the field. And now the teams are like, well, what do we do? What do we do? It's like, well, you got to step up your program, because that Roval race, that's the cutoff on the second round playoff. And that's going to be the one really to watch, because if he doesn't make it in the first round and he doesn't go into the second round playoffs, because you remember there are all the round tracks, and I don't know if he'll be able to point his way in, because if you look at the playoff bubble right now, Bowman and Buescher are on the bubble right now, so you're down to do or die. You got Richmond coming up this weekend. Is it going to be one of these? Is it going to be one of these eat up the tire track? What are they going to bring out the option tire? What's going to happen here? That's kind of the unknown. But also too, with Daytona, Daytona's a wild card anyway. Look at Harrison Burton winning that race last year and making it into the playoffs. But one of the things that's really hurt these teams this year, in the last few years, matter of fact, is that Gen 7 car. That Gen 7 car is junk. Dale Earnhardt Jr. said in the interview, and I'm going to have to clean it up a little bit, he said his blankety blank junk.
Uh-huh.
And I agree. Because it doesn't handle at all on the road courses. It doesn't handle on the short tracks. You look at Kyle Larson just shellacking the field there at Kansas this past year. I mean, this past season. He was out there just shellacking the field. So, I mean, and what are we going to do now? Cut back all the intermediate tracks down to like 3? I mean, come on now. At some point, you got to realize that he has something figured out, and you've got to figure it out, because there really is just no figuring it out anymore. It's just like plug and play, Steve.
I don't know. My question is, how does one guy get so dominant at road courses and struggle as he does on the roundy rounds?
Chase Elliott did the same thing, but see, people forgot that, because he actually does win on the actual oval tracks. People forgot about that. He won 4 in a row, if I remember right. They're many a year ago, a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
But people forget about that. And I know, and this is my honest opinion, and you take it for what it's worth. I don't think Gissenberg is going to win a championship. If he does, he's going to be one lucky. Well, you can fill in the blank from there, to even get that far. I mean, he is learning. It is a progression. I mean, it's not like a light switch goes off and automatically he's winning races. I mean, yeah, he's a road course expert, because that's all the Australian supercars run is the road courses. So, and there is a little bit of a difference, because yes, you are going around in circles, but you got to look at your tire management. You got to look at your fuel management. There's a lot more moving pieces and parts here that he's still trying to figure out. Will he ever win an oval? He might win 1 or 2, but he's kind of like a Juan Pablo Montoya. Now, if I also remember right, too, Justin Haley is going to be taking Daniel Suarez's seat, which, like I said, silly season this year has been really quiet, because Daniel Suarez's seat's the only one that's up. There's really nobody else coming open, so next season is going to be the one to watch. So, do you want to smash your break and come back?
Yes, indeed. On a Monday, the greatest day of the week, as they say. Right back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat. Literally, choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Alrighty, just like that. Here we go. Back at it on a Monday. Welcome back, Brain Dead. If I pick him up there he is. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I know you had to pay that credit card bill for the month, so by the way, if you don't mind, Rick Friend here, he said he needs some therapy because he said his Reds are going to actually win the World Series this year and contend the Brewers for the NL Central. So I think he's gone delusional already.
Yeah.
But no,
the Brewers are hot though. After another 9-game winning streak, these guys are, man, oh man, unstoppable.
Yeah, well, they are. You can get stopped. You asked a question. If I remember right, you said who can stop the Brewers?
Mm-hmm.
Am I remember the question right?
Yes, sir.
That's going to be the Dodgers. The Dodgers are going to be able to stop the Brewers if they continue to play their playing. The Brewers are hot now, but generally when they hit the postseason is kind of when they choke a little bit. They're getting hot. If you look at the beginning of the season up to the All-Star break, they were kind of down there where the Cardinals are, Pittsburgh are. They were down there in that little area, then all of a sudden they just snuck up, went past the Cubs. Went past the Cubs and just carried on because the Cubs are 6 games out right now. And the Cubs really shocked me there early on that they were leading the NL Central for several weeks. But I'll tell you really, if you look at the AL, Toronto's really been playing good. Toronto's not really been normally a good team, though. They've kind of had their spurts, but they've not been consistent. And they've been consistent. But the one I'm watching really closely is Detroit, the Tigers. The Tigers were up there cruising earlier in the season, remember? The first ones to hit 60 games, if I remember right, or 40 games or 60 games, I don't 100% remember. Well, now Cleveland is slowly catching up to them. So my big question is, can Detroit hold off Cleveland? That's going to be the big question, and I think they can, provided they just step up that game a little bit and carry on. But before I forget, and thank you to Dingbat reminding me here a minute or two ago, we had the big FedEx St. Jude Classic here in Memphis over the weekend.
Okay, and was that golf?
And Yeah, that's golf. We're going to change subject. But no, and I tell you this. Now we all know Fred Smith passed away here. About a month or so ago? Maybe I don't 100% remember. But they had one of his Boeing 777s buzz or low fly the whole course with FWS on the belly of the plane, and you can see a few people get teary-eyed. But you know what? The Cat Williams was the host of the play-by-play host kind of deal. I can't remember. Maybe Buckeye Boy saw more of it than I did. But it was crazy. Cat Williams sitting there spending all of the money. So do you think maybe he has your credit card now? I'm just asking for a friend.
Likely not.
Well, I'm going to roll back to Memphis, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for the update. Safe travels. About 22 past the hour. Yeah, let's see here. There he is, Knucklebuster, back on board. What's going on there?
Oh, just riding and a styling and profiling and all that good stuff there, tell you right, that 359 Peterbilt, that was the best truck Peterbilt put out. You could reach over and touch that passenger door, roll your window down. You see them scantily clad senoritas passing you on the left, and when you was passing them on the right, you could look over out that window over there and see them in that jump seat over there with their old man driving. So, but I don't know if them women even knew that. They might have. I don't know. Well, I'm just curious, Steve. That guy up there in Gibson City, Illinois, they won't be able to charge him with carrying a concealed weapon, will they?
I would suppose not. I don't know. How often?
Yeah. That won't be a charge against him because he ain't got no clothes on. So, well, enough of all that. So, man, I'm tell you, it's been a. There ain't much traffic out here. I don't know where the hell everybody's at, but there ain't much traffic out here. So, I'm hammered down on it, getting it done there. So. Driving the speed limit like I'm supposed to, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I went on 2 dates again this weekend. I ain't gonna get much work done when I go with 2 dates there. I carried my next door neighbor, well, girl lives across the street there. I carried her out. She ain't married, so I carried her out again. She's liking getting the free meals anyway, right? And then I went out with one of my daughters, her husband, my 2 grandbabies. We went out to this nice restaurant and ate, and then went and saw this movie. I can't even remember what the damn name of it was there, but it was supposed to be a scary movie about 17 kids that come up missing in Pennsylvania. But at the end of it, everybody was laughing their ass off at what happened, so... I mean, I won't do no spoiler alert, so anyway. But it all worked out pretty good, and then I had to keep Ziggy all weekend, so he was happy about that. And then I had to carry him back, and he got ticked off at me because I left him at my other daughter's house again. So, well, he'll get over that too. So, all right, we're down here in Nacogdoches, Texas, and I'm gonna ease on through here. Down Lufkin, and then down there's the big city of Houston there, and we'll fall back in that loneliest hour, Steve.
All right, thanks for the update there. Head on down to Florida. Morning, Philip. What's going on?
I was just sitting here driving on I-4 listening to Knucklebuster and Brain Dead. How you doing this morning?
Can't complain. Greatest day of the week, you know.
Hey, you know why Gisenberg can't win on them ovals with that car? You know why?
Why is that?
He's a sports car driver. That's why them guys can't drive that Gen 7 car, because it ain't made for them ovals. It's made for them road courses, actually, but you got to know how to drive it. That ain't nothing but a glorified IMSA car. NASCAR owns IMSA, and you know the family owns both of them. And they've integrated the both together. And the reason that a lot of these NASCAR guys haven't figured that car out is because it's a sports car. It's not set up for the oval stuff technically, but and the amount of technology that's in it, that's the reason why they're having so many problems with these guys. And the car itself, I don't think nothing's wrong with the car. I think the problem with the car is it's just a lot of guys don't know how to drive a sportsman car attitude. It isn't like this pull it out and weld it together, put it together, slap it together thing like it's been for many years. You look at some of the cars that Earnhardt started out with, that's what it was back in the day with NASCAR. It was put it together, get you a car, put it together, and go. It's not that way no more. It's you buy the parts and pieces from the dealers that they want them to get them from, and you put it together, and you have your car. And it's based on a sportsman's car, which is an IMSA. So that's what I think the problem is, Steve. Now, Force Feathers was talking about that 589. That 589, they have changed that truck. That Peterbilt is totally changed now. You look at the pedal placement on it. Had that pedal that come out of the floor type thing with the 389, the 379. Now you got the pedals coming out the top underneath the dashboard. I mean, there's a lot of differences in that truck. They did that because PACCAR wanted to standardize everybody's line so you can have the same stuff for Kenworth as you can have for Peterbilt. And then Peterbilts didn't have that for many years. They were more like a custom-made truck. And now they want to standardize it. That's what they're doing, just like Western Star and Volvo and Freightliner and all of them. So what you think, Steve?
That's very fascinating. I haven't seen the latest, the wide ride.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and I'm going to tell you what, a lot of guys aren't really paying attention. Look at all these new trucks coming out. Buttons are not going to be there no more for your brakes. You're going to be pulling that little switch. It's an electric switch. It's going to activate the actual air valve on the air system. They're taking the air systems out of the dash where there's no more hoses in the dash as much. They're getting all that stuff's going away. And I'm going to...
Well, hold the thought there, because we got to pause. News break, bottom of the hour. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is defending GOP-led redistricting efforts in Texas, saying they are necessary to ensure fair representation. In an interview with Fox Sunday Morning Futures, Vance claimed that Democrats have tried to rig the game in their future for years.
We're just trying to rebalance the scales and, frankly, push back against a very unfair system created by the Democrats.
His comments come after Texas House Democrats have fled the Lone Star State to keep the state house from having a minimum number of votes in order to proceed. The Department of Health and Human Services is canceling nearly 24 vaccine department projects targeting viruses like COVID-19 and the flu.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's stopping $500 million in funding for mRNA-based vaccines. Kennedy has long been a critic of mRNA vaccine technology. He says the funding would be better spent elsewhere. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is...
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, back at it here. Brand new day underway. I did catch over the weekend. I guess the Crew 10 successfully made it home over the weekend. That was carrying it live on Live Now from Fox. So, yeah, everything seemed to work out pretty flawlessly for the splash down there off the coast of California.
Yeah, I know. If you notice, Steve, he's been doing a lot more landings over there on the California side instead of over here with Florida. With our weather being up and down the way it's been, they have found out that they can go to California now, and they can actually take the capsule into California and rehab the capsule and then ship it back to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So your turnaround's a lot easier. There are certain aspects with the capsule that are being done in Hawthorne, and they can do it right there at Hawthorne and then bring it back here to Florida and then launch again. But getting back to the trucks and stuff, I think that a lot of our federal regulations are changing with builders now. So you're seeing a lot of more integration of different systems coming in. The one that's really going to be neat, and I hear it's coming, Steve, is a 24-volt light system on a truck. They already have it in Europe, and I heard rumor that it's coming to America as well. The air button's going away. That's another thing. All your new trucks are coming out now with the switches that you can flip instead of hitting air buttons like we've been doing for many years. That's going away. If you notice, Steve, a lot of stuff is turning into electronic stuff. So now, integrating that system in with this and that. Horse Feathers was talking about ECMs on trucks. A lot more computers coming into the deal. What is that bringing the way for? I hate to say it, guys, the autonomous stuff. You were talking about trains earlier. There's a company that's based in Canada that builds train control systems for autonomous trains. So it ain't just automating the trucks being loaded onto the trains, it's also automating the trains themselves and engineering and all that kind of stuff that's going on to get the trains to do the stuff themselves. So that's coming too, and it's already in Canada. There are freight trains in Canada that are autonomous. They have drivers in them, the engineers are in them just like anything else. They're doing the same thing as what they're doing with the autonomous trucks here right now. So it's one of those things. Now, getting on, you were talking about shrink earlier with department stores and retail, right, Steve?
Yeah, right.
Was it one? Okay, so that shrink number, it has to do a lot with loss, not per se theft. A big percentage of it is loss. So anything that's claimed out in a grocery store for, like, say, spoilage, out of date, anything like that, that's also in that shrink number. Now, where it's broke down is when it's broke down as far as theft goes. If a store is seen as having a lot of shrink, that basically says we can't account for this or that, which is considered theft or we don't know what happened, then that store is to shut down. And that's what we're seeing a lot with the Walmarts. Now, with as far as the registers go, at our store, we did have a total self-checkout setup at the store I work at, and we brought back 6 registers, okay, to lower our shrink numbers. They did do it because of that. But there's something else that's hitting the grocery stores that a lot of people are not paying attention to, is digital sales labels. So when you go up to something and you look at it on the shelf, you know that label, Steve, that you see on the shelf that has the price on it?
Yes, sir.
They have turned that into a digital label now. So whereas it has a QR code as long with the barcode, and eventually what's going to happen, the big thing is you're going to look at a little bitty LCD screen that's going to have the price on it. And guess what? We can change that price just like your gas station does with your price on your fuel. It's going to be just like that on the products. You would not believe how much retailers pay people to literally just change price tags every day. It's a lot. I know, I've done it. You know, sometimes there's hundreds of them you have to change a day. A store could have 1,000 tags or more in some cases, and more than that. Your super centers have thousands of them. So it's a big deal. There's going to be a lot of changes coming around for retailers. Your meat, same way. You know, they've gone to digital labeling. No more poundage on there. When you look at the meat and what it's priced at, that's what you buy it at. Okay? They're getting away from a lot of that in the brick and mortar area. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me, and everybody have a safe night.
All right, thanks for checking in here. The greatest day of the week, Monday. All right, let me see here. See if Eagle is on board. Take 2, maybe. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I woke up. I fell asleep. So, I'm back in action now. But, I got a couple things to talk about tonight before I get to the Donald Trump situation. It seems like every day is something new with this guy. I think he's doing a little bit too much, but I'll get to that after I talk about NASCAR. Like I told you last week, Steve, this guy Shane, and it is not. I got further evidence to justify what I've said. Not only did he dominate the race today, he dominated the race yesterday on Saturday until he got involved in an accident. He would have won that race yesterday too. So anybody who thinks that he doesn't have an advantage in the road courses, you're clearly wrong. Like I told you last week, they should have given him the trophy before the race was even run. It's just like Steve, if Dale Earnhardt Sr., when he was running his best back in the 80s and 90s, if he went over there to where Shane comes from in his competition, he wouldn't dominate. But if they sent Shane over to Daytona 500, where Dale Earnhardt had dominated for years, you see what would happen. So it's the same thing. Dale Earnhardt would have the advantage at Daytona, and this guy has the advantage on the road course. It's just that simple. But like I say, he's a full cup guy now. He's gonna be, he's running the races, but it's obvious that he has an advantage, even if he is running the whole series this year. You see what he's done on the oval tracks. He's done absolutely nothing, and he might get lucky before his career is over and win maybe one or two oval races. And he get in the right place at the right time, but he'll clearly dominate on the road courses for the rest of his career because he has an advantage. Just that simple. Now, I want to talk about something with the NFL, Steve, right quick before I get to Donald Trump. And I really don't like what I saw. Well, I didn't watch the game, but I just seen the highlights of the game. And I played football as a former football player. I've seen a lot of people get injured. I've seen people get paralyzed, when they had a hit. Okay, so on Friday night, they had a game with the Detroit Lions and Atlanta Falcons. And there was a guy who made a hit on somebody, and he had a stinger in his neck, went motionless on the field. They had to bring out and laid on the ground. I don't know how long he was down, 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes before they could get the ambulance out there and get him off the field. And from what I'm understanding, he's doing better now. But here's my problem with the deal, Steve. You can't end the ball game. You can't end the football game just because somebody gets injured. After this man was escorted off the field by ambulance, the Atlanta Falcons organization called off the game. You got people that have paid money, hard-earned money, to go see this ball game. They paid money. They drove to the ball game with the traffic in Atlanta, Georgia, and the whole deal. You can't end the ball game just because somebody got injured. So what happens? So what happens if somebody goes down in the first 2 minutes of a ball game, and you got 50,000 people in the stadium? You say, okay, well, we got a man went down. He just went off the field in an ambulance. Sorry, too bad you lost your damn money. You just paid $500 to see the game. Oh well, go home, have a nice day. Is that how it's supposed to end, Steve?
Well, that's kind of what happened with the Bengals in Buffalo a couple of years ago. And, we had all gathered around. That was a pretty important game there in that particular season, and it was only. We were only a few minutes. In the first quarter, and they canceled that game.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying, injuries are gonna happen. I don't want to see nobody get hurt. I don't want to see nobody go off the field in ambulances.
Right.
I've had friends that I played football, but you can't end the ball game. You can't end the ball game just because somebody gets injured. Football is a sport where injuries are gonna occur. You're gonna see guys breaking arms, breaking legs. You're gonna see guys doing the whole deal. You can't end the ball game just because somebody goes off on a stretcher where people don't spend their hard-earned money. It's something not right about that. This is a barbaric sport. These guys are running at full speed, trying to stop another individual from doing his deal. You can't end the game like that. That's the way I feel about it. I know I would be mad as hell if I'd have paid my money and they told me that the game was over and have a nice night. Now, let me move on to another subject, and that's with Donald Trump. Now, with this situation that's going on with Russia and Ukraine. Okay, now I'm gonna make myself real clear, Steve. real clear, just for the people out there on your viewing in your audience that seem to have hearing problems. They only hear what they want to hear. I don't like Vladimir Putin, and I don't like Zelensky. I don't like neither one of them. To be honest with you, I could care less. I've never been to Russia. I've never been to Ukraine. Don't never want to go. So I really don't care what happens at this point. But here's the deal. When it comes to negotiating the deal, Vladimir Putin is scheduled to fly to Alaska this Friday to meet with Donald Trump. Okay, here's where I have the problem, man. See, last time I checked, Donald Trump wasn't in a war with Russia. Zelensky needs to be at this meeting, and he needs to be there because this guy is the one that's in an actual fight with this guy. It's like having a birthday party and you're not invited to your own damn party. For that guy not to be there on Friday afternoon, how can any kind of deal be signed between Russia? Any kind of deal be signed between Russia and Ukraine if the president of Ukraine is not there? Donald Trump needs to, in the next 4 days or 5 days, he needs to be trying to arrange for this man to arrive. Individuals, not two of them, all three of these individuals at the table and come to some kind of agreement to end the death and total people losing their lives and get this thing over with. If Zelensky is not there, not a damn thing is going to be solved. The only thing that's going to be solved is between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Zelensky is not. He's already said today and yesterday that he's not signing off on anything that's agreed upon between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. So the meeting is worthless. At this point, Vladimir Putin might as well not even show up because Zelensky said that he's not agreeing to a damn thing if he's not there. So if my advice to Donald Trump is he better figure out a way to get Zelensky in that meeting on Friday so they can get this thing solved and get this thing over with so the death toll people can stop losing their lives. Like I said before, if Zelensky is not there, it's a waste of time for Vladimir to fly all the way to Alaska. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, Friday's the date. And I mean, there's been speculation about that. Will Zelensky be there? Headlines yesterday say the White House is considering inviting Zelensky. Would he attend? There's another question. New York Post headline, White House weighs inviting Zelensky to Trump's face-to-face meeting with Putin in Alaska. Yeah, you need to get them all together. Yeah, I'll agree with you there. Make a deal. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed.
It is 844-844-3388. Drive.
Use speed with the new affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
So indeed, that was the headline. Let me share what the New York Post had this past day. And just at this point, they're saying they are indeed considering inviting Zelensky. Saying discussions are underway about including him as the two world leaders prepare to meet in person Friday. Yeah, one person briefed on the internal talks simply said it's being discussed. Yeah, now no visit has been finalized, but they said it is absolutely possible the Kyiv leader could travel to the last frontier state for the pivotal summit. I said everyone's very hopeful that that will happen. If Zelensky is invited, it's not clear whether the warring leaders would actually share the same room. According to one insider, Trump announced Friday his plans to meet with the Kremlin as he seeks a ceasefire. Yeah, this would be the first U.S.-Russia bilateral summit since former President Joe Biden met Putin in Switzerland back in June of 21. It also marks the first in-person encounter between Trump and the Russian ruler since 2019 when they met on the sidelines of the G summit in Osaka, Japan. Yeah, it would have been the sooner, but I guess there's security arrangements that unfortunately people have to make. According to Trump speaking to reporters Friday, acknowledging a potential proposal will include some swapping of territories to the betterment of both war-torn nations. I think Zelensky's already saying no, he's not going to cede any land, not going to give anything else. There's going to have to be a compromise, right? Let's see. Otherwise, I'd do it much quicker. He would, too. He'd like to meet as soon as possible. President had suggested on Thursday he'd be willing to meet Putin face-to-face before Zelensky, before involving Zelensky in talks. All right, contradicting the statements from the White House officials, but the White House confirmed no such plans have been made. As far as, again, a one-on-one, see if Zelensky takes him up on the offer, I don't know. 844-844-3388. Morning to, is that Chicken Truck Tommy?
Yeah, Steve, how you doing this morning?
Morning, how you been?
It's been a long, hot, busy summer for me.
Yeah.
Anybody in the animal hauling business knows what the heat does. But, yeah, everybody, you're talking about that Shane Van Gisbergen. I mean, there's a lot of haters out for him. I mean, I don't see what the problem is. He doesn't have advantage over anybody. I mean, he runs the same equipment as everybody else does out here. He just knows how to drive a road course better. I know, I think it was Dale Jr. when they were still doing the broadcast, he was saying that Shane Van Gisbergen refused to let them put a camera on his pedals because he didn't want anyone to see how his footwork is with the brake and the clutch and everything.
Oh yeah,
because he does it. Yeah, because he's got some tricks the other guys haven't figured out yet. You don't want no one to see what he does.
That's interesting.
How he uses the clutch and the brake and everything. But I mean, he ain't cheating or nothing. He's got better skill at that type of racing than the rest of the guys do. I mean, I don't see what the difference is with him dominating the road courses than back in years ago when Dale Jr. would dominate the super speedways, Talladega, and come in there and win 5 races in a row.
Yeah, right.
Nobody can.
And
I think people don't realize when he came over a couple years ago and won that Chicago race, he never sat on the left side of the car. He always sat on the right side of the car in Australia.
So he came in and won that Chicago race and then never driven on the left, sitting in the left side. So he had to shift gears with his right hand, not his left hand. It was all totally different for him, and he still dominated.
That's interesting. I didn't realize that they sat on the other side of the car. I guess that's the way in different parts of the world. So, interesting.
Yeah, with the on the right side of the car. Left hand.
All right. Well, Tommy sounds like he's kind of like in between cells. Hey, when that happens. But hey, thanks for chiming in. Yeah, obviously he's got some skills. I get what do they call it? Tricks of the trade. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. It's all that hand-eye coordination. When to shift, when to brake. Meanwhile, about a minute before news break, 844-844-3388. Clear lines as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. I was gonna ask Philip about this, about his so-called nurse there in Florida. Well, she wasn't really a nurse. She was posing as a nurse. Arrested after, get a load of this, treating more than 4,000 patients without actually being a registered medical professional. 29-year-old Autumn Bardisa, who perpetrated the alleged scam that started back in July of 2023 at Advent Health Palm Coast Parkway. In a social media post last week, the Flagler County Sheriff's Office said the investigation was launched in January after hospital administrators told officials that they had fired her for impersonating a registered nurse. We'll give you the rest of the story. Some 4,300, 4,500 patients that she had treated. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is rejecting President Trump's suggestion that Ukraine give up some territory to make peace with Russia.
Trump announced on Friday he'll be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin next week to discuss a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Andrea Mitchell has more.
It's going to be the first time Putin will be on American soil since a UN speech in 2015, and it's notable that after several weeks of criticizing Putin, saying he was frustrated with the lack of progress in Putin's accepting a ceasefire ceasefire with Ukraine. Trump said Putin, I believe, wants to see peace.
Trump indicated the deal might involve swapping territory between the two nations. In a video address this morning, Zelensky rejected the idea and said any decisions made without Ukraine are at the same time decisions against peace. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst in order to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner.
In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump the fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration.
I don't know if I'm not. Might have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Trump fired Erica McIntyre after the Bureau revised the May and June reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The UN has called for Israel to immediately halt its planned military takeover of the Gaza Strip.
The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement saying the military plan runs contrary to the ruling of the International Court of Justice that Israel must bring its occupation to an end as soon as possible. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemned Israel's plan and said it will only bring more bloodshed to the Palestinians. China is also speaking out against the move, calling on Israel to immediately cease its dangerous actions. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The suspected shooter at a CVS in Atlanta has been identified.
Officials say they've ID'd the shooter who opened fire at the CDC campus at Emory University. Priya Sridhar has more from Atlanta.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation identifying 30-year-old Patrick Joseph White as the suspected shooter. White had expressed anti-vaccine sentiment. He believed the COVID vaccine made him sick.
DeKalb County police officer David Rose lost his life while responding to a report of gunfire on the CDC campus. Authorities say Rose was shot by White.
Researchers in Australia have discovered a link between caffeine and hearing things.
The science shows auditory hallucinations, hearing things that are not there, can appear in people who consume 5 or more cups of coffee a day. The study was based on coffee, but the link is caffeine combined with stress. Researchers say auditory hallucinations are more like hearing a TV or radio that's not actually on, and not voices commanding you to do things. And they say not everyone who drinks a lot of caffeine will get them, but decaf is good too. I'm Bree Tennis.
Ultra-processed foods are taking over American diets.
According to a first-of-its-kind CDC report, about 62% of kids and teens' daily calories come from ultra-processed foods, compared with 53% for adults. Researchers found the top source of ultra-processed foods was sandwiches, such as burgers, hot dogs, and peanut butter and jelly, followed by baked goods, salty snacks, and sugary drinks. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, and indeed, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Just looking through some of the photos, imagery. Flash flooding has been in the news through much of the summer here, various parts of the country, and overnight Saturday into Sunday, it was parts of Wisconsin inundated. Some areas, I believe, picked up close to 13 inches of rainfall. Astounding. So in some cases, the flood warnings are still in place until later this Monday morning, 10 a.m. Central Time. Parts of southeast Wisconsin. What we got? Numerous roads remain closed due to flooding. Streams continue to rise with all the excess runoff. Going back to like 5:30 in the afternoon, emergency management had been reporting ongoing flooding due to Saturday night's thunderstorms. There's between 8 and 14 inches of rain had fallen. And they were still picking up some additional rain through the overnight hours tonight. Turn around, don't drown. Stay away or be swept away. Riverbanks and culverts can become unstable and safe. So, what a mess it was. There was some video of the state fairgrounds. Man, oh man, what a mess they had there. Flash flooding canceling the final day of the Wisconsin State Fair this past day. As rainfall in a half dozen Midwestern states forced motorists to abandon vehicles, cutting power to thousands of homes, closing busy roadways. Organizers of the State Fair said they're scrapping the final day after rains flooded the fairgrounds just outside of Milwaukee. Among the worst hit was the Milwaukee area, with up to 14 inches of rain that had fallen in some areas by Sunday, according to the National Weather Service, which also noted river flooding in Milwaukee and Waukesha counties. Nearly 18,000 customers in southeast Wisconsin without power late Sunday, and overflowing of the Menominee River, submerging popular playgrounds, they say. Unfortunately, it's really been a bad overlap of circumstances in terms of how all this rain fell and then over such a populated area. According to the National Weather Service, firefighters responding to over 600 calls, including gas leaks, flooded basements, electrical outages, water rescues. Meanwhile, crews working to clear surface water. The Red Cross had opened 2 shelters for displaced residents in the city. The USA Triathlon canceled their sprint and para-triathlon national championships in Milwaukee, where thousands of athletes were expected to participate. The Brewers and the Mets played at American Family Field, even as the parking lot was actually inaccessible to traffic, they said. They said we cannot guarantee parking for all the fans, even those who purchased parking in advance. According to the headline prior to the game, now, city officials warning residents avoid driving or walking in the standing water. Saturday, strong winds led to the fatality of one person in eastern Nebraska after a tree fell on a woman's car. So, flooding, torrential rains there in parts of the Midwest. And we kick this hour off with the anonymous hippopotamus. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, the buckle mustard there, he was talking some trivia there for you, and I heard a little bit earlier in the evening there before your show came on, and they were talking about smartphone usage. Did you realize that there is 900 million smartphones being used in China?
In China?
And there are 700 in China.
Wow.
And there are 700 million smartphones being used in India. Do you know how many smartphones we have being used in the United States, Your Honor?
How many?
This shows you how kind of insignificant in population we are, apparently. 300 million. We only have 300 million smartphones being used compared to more than double that in India and 3 times that in China. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? But anyway, there. So I guess the one thing I really want to touch back on there is after having the full moon for the weekend there, and I hope the rest of the country is able to see it as well as we were here in the Mid-Atlantic, because I mean it's been, when it comes up, it's been big and full and well, of course we got the Canadian smoke down here a little bit, so it's got some nice coloration to it when it comes up. And but then when it gets high in the sky, it's that bright silver big moon and everything. And of course there's the one picture that got taken of the Earth from the moon there, the Earthrise way back in the Apollo program by Jim Lovell. And of course he was, I believe, Apollo 8. And then he was also that ill-fated Apollo 13 mission. He was on there. Of course, he was actually played by Tom Hanks, on the Apollo 13. But we lost him. He passed away there, age 97.
Yeah.
So, but what a weekend to go with the full moon and the way it was this weekend and everything. So, I mean, you couldn't come up with a more fitting tribute for him than what we had for the weekend. I hope everybody else had the ability to see the moon. By the sounds of what you were just talking about, Wisconsin, I don't think they saw much of the moon. But it's for the ones that were able to, it just seemed like a good day to look up into space and do that. What's this deal with the black hole they're talking about on your news here, staying in the space deal here? I thought black holes sucked everything in. Not even light could escape a black hole. How are we seeing this black hole, all this distance away if nothing can escape it? Just kind of, I don't know. You figure that one out. You let me know. But anyways, so I don't know. Other than that, I guess that's about what we had going for you. Wanted to check back in with there. So we'll see what else we got going. But for the most part, it looks like we're actually going to have to go out and do our work there while you're doing your loneliest hours. So we're going to leave it up to everybody else there to dial the 844-844-3388. And I guess Hot Shot Secret made a good idea of doing that DEF fluid deal there. That they're additive to help with the DEF fluid, since it's not going to go away. So make sure you get on there and check out that product. And one last quick thing. I hope you saw Ashton Mario Kart's birthday cake there.
I did. I saw that.
Yeah. So Ashton Mario Kart got his birthday cake in a Luigi theme, not a Mario theme, but a Luigi theme, which carries the Hot Shot Secret colors. So if you notice, his birthday cake looks like it's right out of Hot Shot Secret. So I don't know. Is there something to that, or was that just kind of
was that
kind of happened that way?
I didn't pay attention. I saw the cake, and I didn't really much pay attention to the color coordination. But
yeah, go back and look at it one more time, because as I say, it's all done up for Luigi, which is that green and black. So I don't know. I think it's a Hot Shot. I think Hot Shot Secret had something to do with that. I don't know. Maybe. You don't think there's any Hot Shot Secret in that cake, do you?
Hopefully not.
I don't know. We'll have to ask Cream of Wheat there. Maybe she can comment on that for us. But all right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that. I think we caused enough trouble out here as it is, and make sure that all your first-time listeners know that they get $60 of free product just by dialing, what is it, 4, 3, and 3, 10 little digits, and you don't even have to push a button on a smartphone. How's that work? 900 million in China. All right, Your Honor.
And you can't help but wonder how, with all this digital transmission, the technology, all the things, the amount of computing, the technology that has to be, it's just mind-boggling. All right. Meanwhile, hello to Gary, who joined us here a bit earlier this morning. Hello, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Robert Duck chimed in talking about the Peterbilt. He says, "I'm sorry, but the 589 Peterbilt is just a common cab they now share with KW. At $450,000 to replace our 389s, I can safely say we won't be replacing ours. We've got mine at 8 years old. It's only got 540,000 on it. It's just breaking in, right?" There is Rick in Columbus. Good to have you on board this early Monday, greatest day of the week. I see your Cincinnati Reds we got 1.5 games out of a potential wild card. It's just, it is that do or die time, Rick. They got to keep winning if they want a chance at a wild card. 17 past the hour. Of course, it's a greatest day of the week. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
To the rest of the story about this nurse who wasn't actually a nurse. Flagler County Sheriff's Office said the investigation was launched in January. Hospital administrators told officials they fired her for, quote, impersonating a registered nurse by utilizing another individual's license number and submitting false documentation to be employed as an advanced nurse technician. Sheriff said, according to the hospital, Bardisa was hired July 3rd of 2023 as an advanced nurse tech, working under the supervision of a registered nurse. When applying for the job, indicated that she was an Education First registered nurse, meaning that she passed the required schooling to become a registered nurse, but had not yet passed the national exam to obtain her license. During the hiring process, she then informed the hospital she'd been passed the exam and provided a license number matching an individual with her first name, Autumn, but a different last name. She tried to explain away the discrepancy, stating that she had recently got married and got a new last name. She was then asked to provide her marriage license, and she never did. She was actually offered a promotion in January, but a coworker looked into her license and realized she had an expired certified nursing assistant license. That coworker alerting administrators she was fired when she failed to confirm her identity, and hospital authorities contacted the sheriff's department. The investigation determined that she shared a first name with the other nurse who was also employed by Advent Health, but at a different hospital. And she had actually attended school with her. However, the two did not personally know each other. Law enforcement said that while Bardisa was working, she participated in medical services for some 4,486 individuals, even though she never had a valid nursing license. Ultimately taken into custody last week after law enforcement obtained an arrest warrant regarding 7 counts of practicing a healthcare profession without a license and 7 counts of fraudulent use of personal identification information, being held on a $70,000 bond. Yeah, there's actually a video that shows the moment investigators confronted her, put her in handcuffs. At that moment in time, she was actually wearing medical scrubs. Can't help but wonder if she had somehow actually found employment at another facility there in Florida, acting as a nurse. I mean, and these are the kind of things when you're administering medications and things of that nature, that could have been deadly. All right, under the industry headlines, questions and concerns continue to swirl about what enforcement of the English proficiency regulations looks like on the roadside. Well ahead of non-compliance with the regulation becoming an out-of-service violation once again, the FMCSA tried to lay the groundwork by issuing an enforcement policy memo back in May, and laid out what inspectors should do to determine English proficiency. They start off by laying out the actual wording of the guidance. Understanding highway traffic signs can be tricky, they said. Even with the national standard for all highway signs, the use of dynamic signs for emergencies or highway alerts obviously complicates that issue. All right, English proficiency two-part test. In the memo, it's noted that the Secretary of Transportation has determined a person must be able to speak English sufficiently to converse with the general public, understand highway traffic signs and signals, respond to official inquiries, and make entries on reports and records. So how does an inspector determine compliance? According to the memo, if the inspector's initial contact with the driver suggests they may not meet the requirements, an assessment needs to be conducted. It's a two-part test. Driver interview, then a highway traffic sign recognition assessment. During the interview portion, the inspector is supposed to let the driver know that he or she is to respond in English, cannot use interpreters, cue cards, smartphone apps, or anything like that during the interview. The memo said the inspector should speak slowly but naturally, be mindful not to rush the questions, and paraphrase in English as appropriate. If the inspector determines the driver is unable to respond to official inquiries, it is the policy that they cite the driver for violation 391.11b2. If the driver fails the interview portion, the memo says there's no need to proceed to the road sign or signal portion, obviously. If they pass the interview portion, then move on to the traffic sign recognition. The driver can expect to be tested not only on uniform traffic signs, but also on the changeable or dynamic electric signs that they might see out there on the road. The specifics of the sign recognition test are redacted from the public version of the enforcement memo, so we don't know what they're actually making them read. The Georgia DOT did issue a memo saying drivers must identify 3 out of 4 traffic signs during the inspection. It's not clear if this is just Georgia standards or maybe the federal inspection standard, but it's kind of a glimpse of what is expected. Once a driver successfully passes the two-part test, the enforcement memo says the inspector may conduct the rest of the inspection. Fail the test, and it's supposed to be out of service for you. Too soon to tell how many drivers have put out of service since this enforcement deadline, but we know there were some 1,500 reported there in the month of June. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is defending GOP-led redistricting efforts in Texas, saying they are necessary to ensure fair representation. In an interview with Fox Sunday Morning Futures, Vance claimed that Democrats have tried to rig the game in their future for years.
We're just trying to rebalance the scales and, frankly, push back against a very unfair system created by the Democrats.
His comments come after Texas House Democrats have fled the Lone Star State to keep the state House from having a minimum number of votes in order to proceed. The Department of Health and Human Services is canceling nearly 24 vaccine department projects targeting viruses like COVID-19 and the flu.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's stopping $500 million in funding for mRNA-based vaccines. Kennedy has long been a critic of mRNA vaccine technology. He says the funding would be better spent elsewhere. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is...
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, back at it here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Now, Horse Feathers mentioned the passing of James A. Lovell Jr., otherwise known as Jim, a pioneering NASA astronaut whose calm leadership made him an enduring symbol of American courage. Passing away at the age of 97 in Lake Forest, Illinois. His passing confirmed by NASA in a statement released Friday, affirming his passing and honoring his contributions to the U.S. space program. Born in Cleveland, Ohio, distinguished himself early, becoming an Eagle Scout, attending the U.S. Naval Academy. Forged a path of service as a naval aviator and test pilot, before being selected as part of NASA's second astronaut cadre in 1962. That legendary career included missions aboard Gemini 7, Gemini 12, Apollo 8, and the notorious Apollo 13, making him the first person to orbit the moon twice. On Apollo 8 in 1968, of course, helped making history by becoming one of the first 3 humans to leave Earth's orbit and circle the moon. But it was Apollo 13 that sealed that legacy when the oxygen tank exploded en route to the moon. His composed command turning a potential catastrophe into one of NASA's most remarkable rescue missions, safely returning the crew to Earth. After kind of vividly recounting those experiences in the book entitled Lost Moon, which kind of inspired the acclaimed Apollo 13 film, he left NASA and the Navy in 1973, later embarked on a career in business and public life. Survived by 4 children. His wife, Marilyn, passed away actually 2 years ago. So how about that? Received the Congressional Space Medal of Honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Often said the real reward, though, was the respect and gratitude of the American people. And that when crisis struck, he remembered, I could have gone back in 1970, but I'm still here. 97, he saw a lot of changes in his career in the space agency. This does not make me feel any more comfortable about flying these days. A hacking group named Infrastructure Destruction Squad, claiming they've compromised the Federal Aviation Administration. The group claimed the FAA's internal system credentials and classified database from U.S. agents for service were exfiltrated. Now, they said Newsmax cannot independently verify the hackers' claims that are being posted on the Telegram. The White House press office did not immediately respond to requests for comment, but they say, during this operation, we were able to gain access to a confidential, belonging to the agency U.S. Agent for Service, containing extremely important personal and legal information. So is their claim via social media post. The group also claimed that any country that opposes China will be destroyed without hesitations. Stated the data hack includes email addresses, passwords, phone numbers, company information, and unique system identifiers, aka FAA tracking number that's used to track and manage aviation operations. The group declared this was a direct attack on U.S. aviation and national security, as this data is exposed to real threats that can expose air traffic safety and stability. That's a pretty bold claim, but again, maybe we'll get some further word here later on Monday, as that just kind of unfolded this past day. 844-844-3388. Eagle back on a Monday. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I want to talk about truck driving deals that's going on right now. And some of the things that, a lot of people, wasn't happy when Donald Trump announced that he was going to start cracking down on drivers that didn't speak English and read English. But I've already noticed, Steve, over the last couple of weeks and months since it took place, the difference in the drivers. You can clearly see with Amazon and FedEx and Super Ego, these other bogus companies, you can clearly see that those drivers are no longer behind the wheel. You're not seeing as many. You're not seeing no accidents. You know, it was almost a weekly basis. I was calling you and talking to you about another fatality accident with a Amazon truck with a foreign driver behind the wheel, taking out a whole family, 4 or 5 people, and one carload of people. You haven't been seeing that because these guys are no longer on the road, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Joe Biden, Steve, it's come to be found out. You've talked about other people that was another thing that he not only was he giving these people a free ride into the USA, they were also giving people CDLs. People weren't earning them; they were giving them to them. Wasn't even taking a damn road test to get a CDL. Was giving tests in different languages, not even in the English language. They were giving their tests. These people shouldn't have never been behind the wheel of a truck to begin with, and a lot of people lost their lives. So these people are no longer on the road, Steve. Like I say, I've noticed a big difference over the last couple of months of driving. You don't see people tailgating you as much in road construction. You don't see guys zooming from lane to lane and these Amazons and these FedExes and these other companies like you used to, because these guys are out of business. They working at a Burger King now, McDonald's or something, or either in the unemployment line, but they ain't driving no truck, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Sometimes you have to do the right thing if you want to get the best results, Steve. Nobody likes a tough guy, a guy that steps on toes, and that's what Donald Trump does. But sometimes that's what needs to be done. The same thing with getting these immigrants out of the country. When's the last time you heard, Steve? When's the last time you heard about an immigrant in the MS-13 or the Tren de Aragua's committing crimes in America? Have you heard anything about them boys in the news lately?
Not lately.
I'm asking you a question. Have you heard anything about?
Not lately. Honestly, not a peep as of late. I guess maybe they're hiding.
Yep, there's a reason why you are not hearing from those people, because they're either on the run or they already been apprehended and they're in a jail cell where they belong. You don't hear about girls being raped and like in Georgia and down in Texas, where these young girls were raped and molested by these individuals from other El Salvador and Honduras, because these people are getting rounded up and they're being escorted out of the country, and just like they should be. Like I said, Steve, nobody likes a tough guy. Nobody likes a guy who kicks people in the butt. But there's got to be a bad guy, and Donald Trump is that guy. That's him and Tom Homan and several other people. They're getting this thing back in order. We'll see what takes place tomorrow. Donald Trump has announced that he is going to have a news conference at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to announce his plans for Washington, D.C. and trying to clean this place up. He's told the homeless people to evacuate Washington. I don't know where these people are supposed to go, but he's told these people to leave. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning when Donald Trump talks about Washington, D.C. and his plans for that. But so far, a lot of the things that he's doing definitely is working, and I appreciate what he's done for the trucking industry, because he's made my job a lot better. He's made my family safer on the road, your family safer, and for me, it'd be safer, because I was getting sick of these reckless drivers on the road driving these trucks and not respecting the laws of America and doing what the hell they want to do. So now they're doing what they're out of a truck now, and hopefully and they're where they belong, in a McDonald's or a Burger King. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay. If you wonder the question, how did we get to this point? in the trucking industry. You know, we've all kind of witnessed it unfolding before our very eyes in recent years. But as I mentioned a few moments ago, the first numbers that tell us some 1,500 migrants who don't speak English booted from their truck driving jobs. Since this enforcement started, the first group of unqualified migrant drivers who were kind of fast-tracked into their positions during the Biden administration have officially been removed from America's highways, according to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Under the Biden-Harris administration, hundreds of thousands of migrants, most of whom did not speak English or go through background checks, hit the roads in massive semis. Many of those drivers are illegal migrants or were allowed into the country through one of the migrant programs and allowed to get CDLs despite not being able to speak English or pass any test in English. The migrant priority pushed American workers out of their positions. Secretary Duffy crediting President Trump's leadership and commitment to safety. He said that the Biden administration's dangerously neglected this. Of course, at the time, if you can't read or speak our national English language, we don't let your truck endanger the driving public. Now, there have been numerous instances of migrants who do not speak English, many of whom are illegal or on temporary visas, operating these semi-trucks without skills or oversight, crashing into vehicles, killing Americans. We can cite just a few of the more recent examples. Starting in North Austin, Texas, Solomon Araya. He's the one that killed 5, including a 4-year-old and an infant. He's from Ethiopia. He was on a work visa, does not speak English, arrested for intoxication after crashing his 18-wheeler while transporting for Amazon. Alexis Osmani Gonzalez Campagnoni. That was the driver on I-20 near Terrell, Texas this year, killing 6, including a 15-year-old. The migrant driver who was possibly from Cuba, falling asleep at the wheel, causing the chain reaction crash. He has been charged with manslaughter. I believe a court date for him is coming up very shortly, and just last week they updated that the owner of that company that he drove for now has a warrant for his arrest. Ignacio Cruz Mendoza. This was last year, U.S. Highway 285 near Conifer, Colorado. He killed a motorcyclist, the illegal migrant from Mexico, who had been deported some 16 times. Yet he was still operating the semi-truck, causing that fatal collision. So again, how did we get here? Biden's programs, the H-2B visa surge, for fiscal year 2025, they nearly doubled H-2B visas for non-agricultural workers, adding some 64,700 and some change slots explicitly available for truck drivers and other seasonal roles, building on prior expansions that brought in hundreds of thousands of migrants. Biden extended the temporary protected status to nearly 472,000 Venezuelans that were granting immediate work authorizations that allowed them to quickly get jobs, many in the trucking industry. This, combined with faster processing for employment documents, aka less checks, tests, and regulations, quickly added more than 1.4 million migrant parolees into the workforce, despite the backlog that hadn't gone through background checks or verifications or other requirement verifications. Biden resettled a record 100,000 refugees, the highest in 30 years, through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. Many of them getting immediate work permits when they arrived. This capped off a 4-year total that was more than 285,000 refugees under Biden, prioritizing migrants from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And then, of course, you had the CBP One app that they rolled out in 2024. Almost 1 million migrants came into the country through that CBP One app. They were paroled into the U.S., granted work authorizations for jobs, including trucking. This released more than 1.4 million inadmissible migrants into communities without screening or vetting. Biden's Department of Transportation awarding $48 million in grants to states for CDL programs targeting migrants, which gave most all opportunities to refugees through apprenticeships and streamlined licensing. Biden launched the Women of Trucking Advisory Board and scaled registered apprenticeships programs, which really focused, apparently, on giving work permits to migrants. This built on humanitarian parole expansions that were allowing migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela to immediately get trucking jobs. Lastly, Biden's flagship plan doubled CDL licenses to over 876,000 by expediting state processes, giving $57 million in funding, waiving certain requirements, which opened doors for migrants through non-domicile licenses, and actually pressure to hire migrant drivers. That's how we got where we are today. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, I can vouch for rising electric prices. I've mentioned that several times in recent months. Utility bills Up and away, what's going on? And I had a sneaky suspicion you were actually all kind of chipping in. I wouldn't say paying our fair share, but we're paying more due to the increased demand of all these massive data centers amid rising electric bills. States are under pressure to insulate people like me and you, the regular household and business ratepayers, from the cost of feeding big tech's energy-hungry data centers. It is not clear that any state has a solution, and the actual effect of data centers on electric bills, it's difficult to pin down. They say some critics question whether states have the spine to take a hard line against some of these tech behemoths like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta. But more than a dozen states have begun taking steps as data centers drive a rapid build-out of power plants and transmission lines. That has meant pressuring the nation's biggest power grid operator to clamp down on price increases. Studying the effect of data centers on electricity bills, or pushing data centers owners to pay a larger share of local transmission cost. Rising power bills, they say, is something that legislators are hearing a lot about as of late. More people are speaking out at the public utility commissions in the last year than we've ever seen before. There's a massive outcry. Some data centers could require more electricity than cities the size of Pittsburgh, Cleveland, or New Orleans, and make huge factories actually look tiny by comparison to their consumption. They're pushing policymakers to rethink a system that historically has spread the costs among classes of consumers that are proportional to electricity use. It's much more to the story, but we've got to close things out for this hour, and we'll get back for our final hour on a Monday just ahead at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is defending GOP-led redistricting efforts in Texas, saying they are necessary to ensure fair representation. In an interview with Fox Sunday Morning Futures, Vance claimed that Democrats have tried to rig the game in their future for years.
We're just trying to rebalance the scales and, frankly, push back against a very unfair system created by the Democrats.
His comments come after Texas House Democrats have fled the Lone Star State to keep the state House from having a minimum number of votes in order to proceed. President Trump's tariffs are projected to increase prices for consumers by nearly 2% in the short term.
Consumers faced an overall effective tariff rate of 18.6% or 17.7% when adjusted for shopper preference, which is the highest since 1934. The analysis found that tariffs will primarily impact leather products in the short run, while automobile prices could rise nearly 10% in the long run. The Budget Lab also projected that low-income households would feel the costs of the tariffs more than their high-income counterparts. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The Department of Health and Human Services is canceling nearly 24 vaccine department projects targeting viruses like COVID-19 and the flu.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he's stopping $500 million in funding for mRNA-based vaccines. Kennedy has long been a critic of mRNA vaccine technology. He says the funding would be better spent elsewhere. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Jen Powell is now the first woman umpire in Major League Baseball history.
She took the field during Saturday's doubleheader between the Miami Marlins and Braves in Atlanta. Paywall then made even more history by calling Sunday's series finale behind home plate. The game's first pitch was called a strike by Paywall. Braves pitcher Joey Wentz tossed the historic baseball to the dugout for it to be authenticated by Major League Baseball. A major milestone. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is ramping up pressure on Democrats who have fled the state. In an interview with Fox News Sunday, Abbott says the threat of arrest for lawmakers will remain as long as necessary.
If they show back up in the state of Texas, they will be arrested and taken to the Capitol.
The governor also said it's within his authority to keep the Texas legislature in a special session indefinitely. A new study out of China links poor sleep to more than 170 diseases. That includes diabetes, dementia, and Parkinson's disease.
Researchers analyzed the medical data of more than 88,000 adults in the UK Biobank. They found that sleep deprivation, poor sleep patterns, and inadequate sleep duration also increase the risk of hypertension, acute kidney failure, cirrhosis, and even gangrene. The good news is that modifying behavior and getting good sleep can improve health and longevity. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Love is overrated, if you ask Gen Z.
A new dating survey by matchmaking service Talkify says 46% of Gen Zers would choose long-term financial stability over romance, and almost 1 in 3 said they'd even take back an ex if that ex got rich. The survey also found that 1 in 10 Gen Z women say their ideal match should make $200,000 or more, and most won't settle for less than $80,000. Millennials, on the other hand, have no problem with a broke and magical relationship, with 59% choosing love over financial security. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's time for that final hour underway on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, we were talking about increased utility bills. Yeah, we all are paying more, right? Back to the rest of the story. Growing evidence suggests that the electricity bills of some of us are actually rising to subsidize the massive energy needs of the big tech companies as we compete with China for artificial intelligence superiority. Data and analytics firm Wood Mackenzie published a report in recent weeks that suggested 20 proposed or effective specialized rates for data centers in 16 states that they studied aren't nearly enough to cover the cost of a new natural gas power plant. In other words, unless utilities negotiate higher specialized rates, or maybe other ratepayer classes, residential, commercial, and industrial are likely paying for the data center power needs. Meanwhile, Monitoring Analytics, the independent market watchdog for the Mid-Atlantic grid, produced research in June showing that 70%, or $9.3 billion of last year's increased electricity cost was the result of data center demand. Last year, there were 5 governors led by Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro that began pushing back against power prices set by the Mid-Atlantic grid operator, PJM Interconnection. After that amount spiked nearly sevenfold, they warned of customers paying billions more than necessary. Now, they have yet to propose ways to guarantee that data centers are going to pay their weight. But Monitoring Analytics is floating the idea that data centers should be required to procure their own power. In a filing just last month, they said that would avoid a massive wealth transfer from the average people to the big tech companies. At least a dozen states are looking at ways to make data centers pay higher local transmission costs. In the state of Oregon, which is a data center hotspot, lawmakers passed legislation ordering state utility regulators to develop new, presumably higher power rates for the data centers. The utility board said there's clear evidence that costs to serve the data centers are actually being spread to all the customers at a time when some electric bills are up nearly 50% over the past 4 years. Thank you. And the utilities are actually disconnecting more people than ever. You fall behind on your bill, right? No more juice for you. New Jersey's governor signed legislation last month commissioning state utility regulators to study whether ratepayers are being hit with unreasonable rate increases just to connect the data centers and to develop a specialized rate to charge said data centers. In some other states like Texas and Utah, governors and lawmakers trying to avoid a supply and demand crisis that leaves the ratepayers on the hook or in the dark. In Indiana, utility regulators approved a settlement between Indiana Michigan Power Company with Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and consumer advocates that set parameters for data center payments for services. According to the Citizens Action Council of Indiana, a consumer advocacy group, they said it's a pretty good deal that contained more consumer protections than what the state lawmakers actually had passed. But state law doesn't force the big power users like data centers to publicly reveal their electric usage. So pinning down whether they're paying their fair share is going to be a challenge. I think we're all paying the cost. All right. In Pennsylvania, there's an emerging data center, another hotspot. The State Utility Commission is drafting a model rate structure for utilities to consider adopting. An overreaching goal is to get the data center developers to put their money where their mouth is. We're talking about real transmission upgrades, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's what you don't want the ratepayer to get stuck paying for. That's not fair. It's about 11 past the hour. 844-844-3388. And good morning, Daryl. What's happening this Monday?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family, and how's Lieutenant Stryker doing?
Lieutenant Stryker, he's doing well, doing good.
I want to know how many gallons of water your swimming pool holds.
I think it's 18,000.
Well, I had a tenant with an above-ground pool, and I thought she had at least 20,000 gallons in there. And they moved, and I wondered how in the world I was going to empty that sucker. And I went by yesterday, and they was bare ground. They had moved that above-ground pool and were gone. And I just wondered how many gallons was in that. They had to be 10,000 gallons in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know how many gallons was in a pool. I used to have a cistern when I lived in Kentucky, and it was in the shape of a bell. It was big at the top and smaller as it went down to the bottom, and it held 2,700 gallons. And when I would have company, somebody would go flush a commode and tell me that there was no water. And I'd have to call the waterman, and he would bring out a truckload of water. It cost me about $20 back in them days.
Right.
And every once in a while, I had to go out and put a little chlorine in it to keep the water fresh. And I'd tell people if I saw worms swimming in there, I knew it was okay. If he was straight, I'd put a little chlorine in there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's country living. Sounds like we might have been better off to leave some of these big electric user companies over in China or Hong Kong or somewhere if it's going to double people's electricity rates. And I was thinking that perhaps these electric vehicles might wind up paying $4 a gallon for gas through their electric bill if they're not careful.
Right.
Does it sound like to you that their electric might go up, hooking up an electric vehicle to the garage every night?
I would certainly presume.
That's one of the things we wrestle with rental property. Poor people can't pay their utility bills, and they get them shut off, and it's a problem. One of my tenants had his leg amputated yesterday, and I went up and visited him at the hospital and taken him some things today to help him when he gets home. And then another tenant's having twin girls on Wednesday. And there's nothing as exciting as being a landlord. How's my friend Evel Knievel doing?
I got to see Evel Knievel the other day. He's doing well. It's almost back to school time. He ain't looking forward to that, but...
Will he be in the first grade?
No, Evel Knievel, he's probably fourth grade, fifth by now. I'm losing track. Yeah.
They climb the ladder, don't they?
Yes.
I've got 30 great-grandchildren, and I can't keep up with them. one day they're born and the next day they're 14, and I got one that's 21. So
yeah,
they move along. I go to Grandparents' Day each day, and I hope to tell you, I go to a little school where there's 400 or 500 grandparents show up to hear these kids sing. And I think these schools got the right idea to bring out the grandparents, because they're the ones who vote for school levies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you go. I want you to know that the hot shot makes my F-150 run like a top at 212,000 miles. Appreciate it.
That's what we like to hear. Daryl, good to hear from you this early Monday. Thank you so much. I got to pull up the rest of the story. Fox News reporting that, there apparently are some behind-the-scenes efforts underway to try and sabotage this, summit, this meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Headline, Putin ally warns, quote, Titanic efforts are underway to sink the Trump summit over the Ukraine war. Again, I try to get the rest of the story coming up following a quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel products. For example,
Stiction.
Stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
So according to the report, a senior member of what they refer to as Vladimir Putin's inner circle warning that multiple countries are mounting, in his words, titanic efforts to undermine this summit between Putin and Trump. Scheduled to meet this Friday. Very few details about the summit released, but again, it is unclear if Vladimir Zelensky will be invited. There are discussions taking place at this point about that possibly happening. Yeah, but he says undoubtedly a number of countries interested in continuing the conflict will make titanic efforts to disrupt the planned meeting. Posting in a Telegram post over the weekend. Yeah, this is one Kirill Dmitriev. Dmitriev did not name specific countries, but he warned that critics of the upcoming talks could seek to sabotage the summit through diplomatic maneuvers or media-driven provocations. Several NATO countries in Europe have been openly skeptical of any deal that rewards Russian aggression in this now 3-year-old war. Now, Dmitriev, who actually met with Trump administration officials in Washington back in April, has kind of been dubbed as Putin's shadow foreign minister for his behind-the-scenes role in shaping Russia's global diplomacy as head of the Kremlin's Sovereign Wealth Fund and a recently appointed special envoy. He's often acted as an informal bridge kind of between Moscow and D.C. Meanwhile, the Kremlin, in a statement Saturday, said that Trump and Putin are expected to focus on discussing options for achieving a long-term peaceful resolution to the Ukrainian crisis. He did say this will evidently be a challenging process, but we will engage in it actively and energetically. Trump previously said Putin and Zelensky were close to a ceasefire deal, but suggested that Kyiv would maybe have to give up some territory, and it may be a significant territory, which is an outcome that Ukrainians and many of the European allies say, no way. Why grant them territory when they initiated this whole thing? So we'll see where it goes. Meanwhile, Plowboy on board this Monday morning. Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. I'm just kind of holding my thoughts on that. Yeah, it could easily be sabotaged because connections and too many connections in that. And it don't sound very good, put it that way. And being that you just read that, absolutely not. And what was it? Last damn time we had a meeting with one of them two cats, and somebody enough said right there. Beat down by the Democrats. I don't know if you caught this one or not. How many of them AI data centers have you got in Ohio or the tri-state area of yours that you know of?
Honestly, I don't really know. I know they're right now building this monstrosity of a facility for Intel up close to the Columbus area.
Well, I don't know where in the hell I've seen it. It's a plant that been mothballed. I think it was after the lightning and all that went away on the Ford models. But other damn it, that train. Lordstown, Ohio this just came out 3 days ago. Is looking to make an AI data center up there at the Lordstown automotive facility up there. And that's a big, a mega plant up there. Been by it too many times. But this just really ticks me off because I haven't heard that much about it so far this year. And we've been pretty pretty damn warm. How many darn times have we heard about brownout or rolling blackout?
Oh, yeah. Warning
like that.
Every summer and every fall. I mean, every time it's going to get hot or the opposite, they're warning. The grid is at capacity. It's at its limits. But Texas every summer, every winter, having to advise some of these businesses to reduce your consumption in the afternoon, right?
And come in wintertime, what are y'all going to do? Freeze to death?
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, it's just a monstrosity of everything, the way I'm seeing it. And not only that, there's big companies that get mega rich off the data. Am I not right or am I wrong, Steve? You and I are not going to make a mint one iota off this deal now, are we?
I think
nothing is there to help us. Is what I'm trying
think to the contrary, the AI revolution is really going to be a threat to more of our jobs than anything else.
Bingo, exactly where I'm at, sir. And that just makes me mad. Here, our electricity is going to go through the damn roof, and whoever says different is a damn liar. But yet here we are going to stand. I forget how many percent of the jobs that they've said is going to be lost over this garbage. I'm seeing this as nothing but economic, lifelong livelihood suicide. Really, I do, Steve. And it's not being, honestly, no, I'm wrong. Homicide, because they're trying to kill us by, I'm not really trying to be facetious, sir, because with the rates going up, jobs going away, the price going down, our insurance, electricity going up, and we're all going to be without a job. It's garbage. What? And any governor would stand by and say this. And honestly, sir, I heard the man say it here a while back. He's pro AI, and really, that is one of the damn few negatives President Trump has got in my book. I'm very much against it when he said he's pro AI. Medical, yes, but as far as everything else, as far as knowing before we sneeze that we're going to sneeze, too much information, sir.
And there has to be some sort of ability to regulate it. I mean, pretty much all the experts are advising us that, be careful what you dream up. I mean, the idea of, say, the original Terminator movie. People like to laugh and joke, but some actual experts are saying we could be taking ourselves to the brink of literally something of that nature. The artificial intelligence that we're putting in control of everything. We're getting them into the handling of the power grid, the water systems, anything, everything, transportation, air travel. When these damn things, as they're supposed to be learning as they go, when they feel that they're smarter than we are, what are they going to do? And do we have a kill switch, I guess would be the bigger question. Meanwhile, veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with Tell. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Learn more at tell360.com. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is rejecting President Trump's suggestion that Ukraine give up some territory to make peace with Russia.
Andrea Mitchell has more.
It's going to be the first time Putin will be on American soil since a UN speech in 2015, and it's notable that after several weeks of criticizing Putin, saying he was frustrated with the lack of progress in Putin's accepting a ceasefire with Ukraine. Trump said, Putin, I believe, wants to see peace.
Trump indicated the deal might involve swapping territory between the two nations. In a video address this morning, Zelensky rejected the idea and said any decisions made without Ukraine are at the same time decisions against peace. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Lionsgate confirmed this week that the Resurrection of the Christ will be released in 2027 in two parts, with part 1 coming out Good Friday and part 2 coming out 40 days later. Passion star Jim Caviezel is expected to return as Jesus. I'm Monica Nelson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
glancing over, someone had shared a sticker price, the MSRP, like the window sticker. Brand new car, 1965. Which is just amazing how far we've come. You know, inflation, everything costs more. And as the years go by, but this is a 1965 Malibu Super Sport. You know, with the 350 horsepower V8 engine. Listen to the costs here. The 350 horsepower V8 engine, $202.30. 4-speed transmission, $188. Post-track axle, 331R, $37 and some change. Padded instrument panel, $18. Tinted windshield, $19.95. Push-button radio, because we didn't have all that digital stuff yet, $58. Yeah, manufacturer's suggested retail price. This is the sticker price. And of course, even back then, you could negotiate a little bit, right? $2,647. Brand new tuxedo black Malibu Super Sport. Now, what would a 1965 Malibu Super Sport be worth today? You know, in mint condition, like at a Barrett Jackson auction. $2,600. Good golly. And for folks back then, I guess that was like a fortune to them, right? Welcome back, Knuckle Buster. What'd you pay for your first automobile? Do you remember?
A couple $100. Not much. I had a 1974 Chevrolet Nova with a 350 in it. I wish I had that bad baby back there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a nice car. And then me and my brother had a 1968 Cutlass Supreme Oldsmobile. That was a fine ride car there. So, but shoot, them cars cost you an arm and a leg now. So, you just, especially if you get them rebuilt. All them shows on TV, they got about rebuilding them cars, man. That stuff don't come cheap.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, Steve, I had a woman flashed me coming down here. So, I tooted that air horn at her, especially that big freight train one. So, she liked that. So, and my next door neighbor that she took out on a date Friday night there, she was talking about these two gay guys she knew. And I told her, I said, well, I'm gay, I'm a lesbian. And let me tell you something, buddy. Her face turned just as beet red as it could be. She wanted to know what my CB handle was, so I told her it was Cookie Monster, right? 'Cause I like eating them cookies.
Oh, boy.
I know it. Give a simple price down took and for Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and her entire overnight drive cast there. So y'all buy some Bill, Hot Shot, Secrets, some Steve Summers, especially you women. Please, come on, buy them T-shirts up. We love seeing Steve's name sticking straight out there. So, well, anyway, that's enough of all of my books for this day. I'm trying to dodge all these idiots down here in Houston, so we'll see what happens. I don't like much. You and I will be getting off about the same time this morning, see?
All right, so it's getting close to quitting time, isn't it? All right, well, safe travels there. Thanks for being a part of the show here on the greatest day of the week. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, happy Monday, best day of the week. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation of the great product of Staybill. So we've got a chance of rain today. Started 71, warming to 88 for Fort Wayne. 72 to 83 in Newaygo, Michigan, according to the forecast. Roll on, Knuckle Buster. Let's get the week started. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back once again. Have a great week, everyone. Semper Fi. from Truck and Phil. And hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve Sommers, all the listeners out there. Once again, the weekend went by way too fast, but it was a busy one here. Coffee is hot, car is packed, time to head toward town to see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy. There you go, greatest day of the week. In Montville, Maine, community members are working on restoration efforts after a cemetery, the Halldale Cemetery, where many veterans are interred, had been targeted by vandals. The cemetery committee member tells WMTW he was driving past the cemetery, and this would have been last weekend, not the weekend we just wrapped up, but he noticed something was rather upsetting. He said, I saw an American flag on the ground, and when he stopped to investigate, he realized there were more than nearly 50 of the gravestones at that site that had been busted up. They ripped out every American flag off the veterans' graves, specifically broke them and threw them on the ground. But what's worse than that is they toppled over and broke scores of old cemetery headstones. Anywhere from 150 plus years old. Some of these stones, some of them were actually picked up and smashed, he says. Images showing headstones toppled from their bases. Another member of the committee expressing shock over the devastating mess. I kind of lost my breath when I saw the extent of the damage. Some of these stones, in the process, snapped in half. Some of them actually shattered. The outlet said damaging gravestones in the state amounts to a Class D crime. People committing such crimes can face jail time and fines. He said there was at least one Revolutionary War veteran who had been laid to rest at the cemetery, along with veterans from the War of 1812, the Civil War, World War II, the Korean and Vietnam Wars. Officials at the Waldo County Sheriff's Office investigating the vandalism committee chair said it would cost thousands of dollars to restore the cemetery. I know that there's been damage in other cemeteries like this, but I've never heard of one quite as extensive as this one is. If there's some that have to be completely remade, we all know that having even a brand new memorial is thousands of dollars these days. This is a big deal. But what gets into individuals? You would assume teenagers, vandals, getting their jollies. But the fact that there's absolutely no respect for those who fought and in many cases died for this country, and then the American flag being trampled in every case. Now, they do say that they're offering a monetary reward for any information leading to the conviction and accountability of those responsible there in Maine. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get the update. What the hell's going on in Texas? They're still on the lam, right? Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has gone nuclear on the Democrats who fled the state, stating that I have filed a historic lawsuit against Democrat runaways in the Supreme Court of Texas to secure an order declaring their seats vacant, as their absence prevents the legislature from having the quorum. No business is being done during the special session. Now, this isn't first time they've done this. This stunt occurred in 2003. It occurred again in 2021, resulting in a delay in what was the eventual passage of the legislation the Democrats wanted to block. And ultimately, that's going to be the turnout in this case as well. They're delaying things. Paxton said the lawsuit seeks to have a judge declare that 13 Texas House seats have been vacated due to continued unlawful absences by Democrat legislators failing to meet the return deadline set by the Speaker, fleeing the state, abandoning their duties, leaving their seats vacant, as he put it. These cowards deliberately sabotaged the constitutional process and violated the oath they swore to uphold. Their out-of-state rebellion cannot go unchecked, and the business of Texas must go on. I've asked the Supreme Court to declare what has been clear from the beginning, that the runaway members have officially vacated their seats in the Texas House. Now, why 13 out of, I believe it was 51 initially that left the state? They focus on 13 Democrats who the release said have made incriminating public statements regarding their refusal to return, essentially confirming in their own words the very grounds for the legal action. Of course, they've been standing before the microphones, holding briefings every day last week. So it's on the record publicly, some of their statements. Paxton said members of the legislative minority are intentionally interfering with the prerogative of the majority to conduct business. Despite express and unequivocal notice that their continued failure to perform the duties would constitute an abandonment of those offices, members of the minority have continued their course now to restore a functioning legislation department to the people of Texas. The Attorney General petitions this court on behalf of the state of Texas for writs of quo warranto, declaring their offices vacant. He notes the Democrats actually readily admit they intend to disrupt the operations of the Texas House and the legislature more broadly. The lawsuit noted Paxton is not trying to muzzle dissent, he says, but the Texas Constitution, statutes, and rules provide a broad range of tools for members of the legislative minority to be heard, but those do not include concerted efforts to disrupt the functioning of the legislature.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
What do you say? Rolling down the home stretch here. As we get the new week started, greatest day of the week. Norman says, that old knucklebuster, he's got a one-track mind, don't he? I think he would agree with that. Yes, indeed. Yeah, he said, lightning just hit a tree next to my truck. I thought a bomb went off. Got a nice light show going. You're over in Wichita, right? He was in the Big Tipper. So you had some of those storms rolling through this early Monday. A couple of other updates I can bring to you. It's known as the Pelosi Act. Are you familiar with that? The legislative proposal aimed at prohibiting members of Congress and their spouses from buying, selling, or holding individual stocks while they're serving in office. Obviously named after the one and only Nancy Pelosi, who over the years has many times faced scrutiny over her husband's extensive stock trading success. Not just the fact of trading stocks, but the when, the timing. How did he know this particular stock was going to skyrocket? Obviously, it's insider trading information. When you've got members of Congress and it's widespread and it's both sides of the aisle, it's not a one-sided deal. They're trading and buying and selling stocks, knowing certain pieces of legislation may be coming down that would affect some of these major corporations, which they have, in my mind, undoubtedly a conflict of interest by trading, right? There's a company by the name of Dub, the Dub app. Stephen Wang is the CEO. And over the weekend, he divulged that not even the likes of Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett can match Nancy Pelosi's stock trading magic, as he put it. He said, quote, you look at the Oracle of Omaha. He's got nothing on Nancy. Nancy, or I guess her husband, beat every single hedge fund last year. We've made our customers millions of dollars. And since inception, she is up 165% as of today through our advisor, and that's 3 times the S&P 500, the stock market in the same time. It's about time we leveled the playing field. Now, he says, I'm skeptical that any legislation like this that would curtail insider trading is going to get passed. But the public can still benefit in the meantime. There have been all this talk about insider trading getting banned. There's been dozens of bills over the last 10 years. Most recently, it was the Pelosi Act, but there's too many vested interests. I don't think it's actually going to get passed. And until it does, we at Dub are going to be here to bridge the gap. If you can't beat them, you can join them on a product with as little as $100. You can start following all of our trades automatically. We're letting you, with a single tap, do everything that she's doing. So just kind of following the trades of some of these others, do what she's doing dollar for dollar, but even surpassing the Oracle of Omaha. Meanwhile, winning in the USA, this is going to be bringing in billions of additional dollars to the U.S. NVIDIA and AMD have reportedly agreed to hand over 15% of their China chip sales revenue to the U.S. government, a landmark deal with the Trump administration to secure export licenses for key semiconductor products. Analysts estimate NVIDIA could sell roughly 1.5 million what they call H20 units to China this year, generating about $23 billion, meaning the U.S. government's share could exceed $3 billion. This unprecedented agreement confirms by the U.S. official to the Financial Times on Sunday applies to NVIDIA's H20 artificial intelligence chips, as well as AMD's MI308 processors, both designed for the Chinese market. The licenses were granted just last week after NVIDIA's CEO met with President Trump at the White House. While it's unclear how Washington will use the funds, this deal represents a first in U.S. export control policy. Analysts see this as part of a broader strategy of leveraging trade and regulatory authority to compel companies to make financial or operational concessions that boost U.S. revenue and U.S. jobs. NVIDIA had actually halted H20 shipments after the Biden administration banned their export, citing national security risk. Trump reversed that decision in June, but the Bureau of Industry and Security delayed issuing licenses until just this past Friday, 2 days after that meeting with NVIDIA's president. Now, it does still draw some criticism from national security experts, stating that they're concerned these chips could enhance China's military capabilities. In a letter to the Commerce Secretary, the former Trump Deputy National Security Advisor, and a number of others urging the administration to revisit this and block the licenses. This is a potent accelerator for Chinese artificial intelligence development, to which NVIDIA says that is a misguided claim. But, all right, up to speed. We will continue to follow. And we'll wrap up our Monday right there. Thanks for joining us for our Monday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight, and we'll do it all over again. Hope you can join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but